We are live here at Play Live Melbourne, 129 York Street in South Melbourne. You already know what it is. We're live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Josh Abity, one of the co-owners here in the booth with a very special guest today, Mr. Bridges Rowe. First time in the booth. How's it going?
It's going good.
Now, for those who don't know, you are not a fan of multimedia, or rather not a fan of being in the multimedia, though we do shove you in a lot of content. How you feeling about your first time in the booth?
Yeah, it's this is not my forte. You guys bully me into doing a bunch of videos in order to promote the games. I'd prefer to be in the background, but happy to do it.
Well, I think we're going to have a good time. It'll be just like back in the day. We're going to sit around. We're going to watch people play poker, and we're going to have strong opinions.
Yes, we are.
Even though we're not the ones on stream, and they are. So come one, come all. If you are just joining us live, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch at Play Live Melbourne. Very special. We got the owner stream today. First time we're doing something like this together since the podcast.
It's funny enough, I've been playing poker I've been playing poker legally for like 20 years, and the first time I was ever on a live stream was when I owned the table.
You know what they say, if you can't earn it the good old-fashioned way, you can always just make it yourself.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Maddie Marshall in the chat. Shout out to Wildcard Poker. Yeah, apologies. The secondary microphone isn't as loud as the primary mic for whatever reason in the booth. I think it's not as fancy.
I think also the secondary microphone controller is not as loud as the first one.
It is true, but even when I was sitting in that seat with Monkey the other day, people saying they couldn't hear as clearly. So we will get Bridges to eat the microphone and kind of talk right into it.
Got a lot of experience doing that.
Yeah. What do you think of doing the podcast?
Again, first time I ever listened to a podcast, I was on it. So, you know, a lot of firsts for me here.
It was a pretty fun experience though, right?
Yeah, had a good time.
Their studio's pretty sweet, and the coffee from that place kind of sucked, but
What can you do?
yeah, can't have it all.
Cannot have it all.
Sound 50% less depressed, just fake it.
Not a professional, you guys. Come on.
Yeah. We got the legendary Gem in the dealer box. Now, in your tier list of dealers, where does Gem land?
He's definitely not number one.
Not number one.
Definitely. Number one, she doesn't deal much anymore, but she does look after my kids most of the time because she is the mother of them.
That's well played.
So shout out to Nee. She's probably going to see her in the background of a few of these shots, but yeah, she's definitely number one. Gem, he can be equal second with everybody here that works at Play Live.
Wow, what a diplomatic answer. And his diplomacy is rewarded with pocket aces. First hand of the stream. So let's see, we had a limp under the gun here with the Jack-7 suited from Calvin Hong on the loosey-goosey side. Elvis, who loves to get in the mix, put on the pressure, raising it up with the Junkie King 4. One of those hands that can be nice to try and isolate because it doesn't have the best playability post-flop. And just running into aces. And look at this aces stack as well. 127K. What was the starting stack?
50K in this one.
So it's got 2.5 start stacks in what, level 5?
2 hours in. So
2 hours in?
Not bad.
I mean, you feel like you're cooking if that's your start to the tournament. Elvis does find the peel here. He is a guy who will put you in the absolute blender if you let him get there. Jack 9, 6, 2 diamonds. I don't think we're going to see too many fireworks here unless we get some trappy lines. Where do you land on the trapping spectrum? Are you a trapper? You just, you know, try and get the money in when you got it good?
Yeah, I'm gonna bet for value every time.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of the same. I think trapping's overrated.
Too much experience with people checking back, so just bet.
And every time you do that, it's just like, oh my God, I just left money on the table, you know?
Yep.
If you guys are watching on Facebook or YouTube and you want to give the stream a like, that helps a ton. If you want to share it, that's super duper appreciated. I know that's a bit more of a commitment for a lot of people, but if you want to just click like on the stream, it literally takes half a second. and it helps a lot. It'll start to push the stream out into the greater universe more organically. So we really do appreciate it. The stream has been cooking. Now, we do have one bottleneck with the stream that I've been meaning to get your help with forever, which is that we've been eligible to have subscriptions on Twitch and monetize the Twitch channel since the third day the stream ever existed during Melbourne Millions because it was so popular. But we have to put in all the like tax ID numbers and stuff.
Fun.
Yeah. And I can't remember them. So
this is the kind of stuff that I'm doing when I'm not on the stream. So happy to be here.
Yeah, if you guys are wondering what owning a business is like with someone, there's basically two halves of every business. There's the outward facing half and the inward facing half. And the outward facing half tends to be on the fun side, and the inward facing half is extremely grindy.
I mean, I get to sit in front of a computer all day and look at numbers, so
Tickles.
poker player's dream.
Yeah, not exactly what you envisioned, I think, when you were 20, but adjacent to what you envisioned, surely.
As long as it's something to do with poker, I'm sure I'm going to be happy.
He's a happy man. Opening up the ace-10 suited. And a pretty standard defend here from the ace-3 in the big blind. So, as you probably already know about me, I like to do New Year's resolutions every year that are small and that I actually follow through on. So last year's for 2025 was to defend my big blind less. I think that this is one of these exact scenarios where I started just against early position opens, just like ditching crappy ace highs and crappy king highs, even though that's probably not theoretically correct, because I found like I would end up in scenarios like this so often where I just like get dominated and not navigate the hand correctly and just well,
this is trouble for him.
Yeah, thankfully chopping with the jack deuce deuce flop, so that's very lucky. But like this is like a.
I'm glad you pointed that out because I haven't seen a hand of poker in maybe months, so I didn't even see the chop.
Yeah, it's interesting. Do you feel like your poker muscles like getting rusty despite being around it all the time?
Probably definitely. What I find is that I come to work 12 hours, 14-hour days during these series, and I realize at the end of the day when I'm driving home that I didn't see one hand of poker played, but I felt like I was at a poker tournament playing the whole day.
It's interesting, right?
Yeah, it's very, very interesting.
Because the social experience,
yeah, still see all the people.
It's all the same people we've seen for years.
You just don't play any hands.
Yeah, and it's like normally you can't. Most tournaments aren't designed in a way where you can just go and hang out. Though I want to be clear, we actually encourage people to come hang out, get a drink at the bar, whatever. We try and foster a type of space where that's realistic. But poker tournaments are long, right? They're like 12+ hour days. So the kind of only way you can have that outcome is when you're working.
Yeah.
Where you're like at the tournament all day, but you're not playing poker at all.
I agree. Also with what you're saying about defending the rag aces in the big blind, one of the things that I hear a lot from people that in my life that don't know anything about poker, and I say to them, oh, I own a poker room. They say, oh, can you teach me? And the three of the things that I say straight away is, one, you can't afford me. Two, I'm not very good. And three, all I'm going to do is tell you to fold. So
I mean, that's great advice, man.
It's good advice, but yeah.
For 90% of people, that just fold advice will go a long way. You did once upon a time have some poker skills, though. An Aussie Millions ring to your name. And another ring we should have won together in the teams, but got scammed.
Yeah. I don't know if I can tell that story, but we're on a Aussie Millions final table with the late Shane Warne and Jackson. I was playing against Jackson and Josh was playing against Shane. Josh got Shane all riled up and eventually we busted him. We've ended up coming third to our good friends. I forget,
Luke and Bill, I believe it was at the time.
Bill Henry Overmeyer. Shout out to Bill. He came to our room one day. Hadn't seen him in 10 years. He lives in England. Yeah. I just walked in and I just looked at him and I was like, what is happening right now?
He lives on a farm in Wales, you know? It's
and we all got scammed by John Kite of Norway and some random New Zealander that he just met on the same day, and they won the ring.
I regret it because I helped create that pairing. Obviously, John and I famously don't get along so well ever since. Okay, so
everybody.
We had an open and a squeeze and two continues. So three-way hand here. From worst to first, Calvin taking the lead. So it does seem like it went open, call, squeeze from Elvis with the king, queen, call.
Calvin looks like he's going to get check jam in here.
Yeah, I think that stack depth is going to make a lot of sense. Has less than pot behind. Wow, look at this.
Ace 10 gold.
He raised. Calvin does just get his stack in, though. That's very nice.
Elvis has saved some money here.
Is he thinking about doing something naughty? Some nefarious intentions, perhaps?
He does not have the stack to do this.
But does he have the heart?
Apropos of nothing, the shot clocks have arrived in Australia, and they will be coming into the tournaments after this series.
Yeah. Shout outs to the shot clocks. Did get delayed because of Chinese New Year, but they look sick. And I do believe they're arriving at my apartment tomorrow morning. So that will be pretty sweet. Speaking of playing poker, you and I are actually going to get to play some poker pretty soon here. We're going up to the Australian Poker Open in Sydney. Talk to me about that.
Yes, we are. So we are partnering with the Australian Poker Open. We have 2 satellites, both with 8 seats guaranteed in those, thanks to the people at Australia Poker Open, Lauren and Will. So that they will be on Saturday night at 7:45, and we have another one in 2 weeks' time on the 28th. Oh my God.
Unbelievably brutal river.
That is gross.
Just backdoors him, runner, Broadway. Jeez.
Yeah, so we have 2 satellites, $350 buy-ins, $150 add-on at the end of late reg, and 8 seats guaranteed. So that's $26,400 worth of value on offer. So 7:45 on Saturday night, and I think it's going to be around 5 o'clock in 2 weeks' time on Saturday the 28th. And then on the 29th of March this month, we will have flight 1M, that's M for Melbourne, of the $3,300 APO main event. $1.5 million guaranteed. You'll be playing in Melbourne down to the money. Everybody who cashes will be paid out a min cash. I believe it's $5,000. And then you will go and play day 2 up in Sydney for a lot of money up top. Josh and I will be going up there. We won't be playing in Melbourne, but we will be flying up and playing the main event in Sydney. So we will see if I'm rusty. I could be up very quickly. Who knows?
Or we get a heads up.
And we make a deal.
Yeah. What? No. I'll tell you, I'm playing for that trophy, though. That's, you know me.
Yeah, we chop the money straight away
absolutely.
And then play 8 hours of heads up.
I'm like, I will play like my life depends on it. I love the glory. I'm just so sick in the head for holding up the shiny thing. It's crazy. It really just works on me way too well. Queen Jack suited, opening it up here. The first one of those satellites is tomorrow, by the way, guys. So if you want to play the APO main event, which you can play from the comfort of your own home here in Melbourne. And now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you make day 2 and then you have to go up to Sydney to play the rest of the tournament, they're covering a couple nights of hotel. Is that true?
I cannot guarantee that, but it was part of the discussion. So we will need clarification there from someone at APO.
So we'll report back. How fun was it having their team here, by the way?
Amazing. Those guys are very professional. They've been doing this for a bit longer than we have.
Yeah.
And cannot wait to learn from them.
Yeah, absolutely. They got a lot of stuff down. The content was amazing. And also, it was just a fun time. I feel like sometimes recording content is feels like work. And sometimes it feels like you're hanging out with your friends and there's a camera there. And it was very much the latter.
We've got 3 very diverse hands. No one's hit anything, and they've all got about the same equity here on this flop.
Yeah. Elvis with some backdoors and a gutter. Picking up the same gutter again. Queen Jack picking up a gut shot here. King high in the lead, but probably the least likely to continue to the river.
Elvis is going to get this done with the worst hand. Actually,
could see a peel from Queen Jack in position.
Gonna win it with Queen. No.
I think out of position, Dylan's probably just putting this in the bin. But in position, yeah, especially when he's so deep.
Very small.
Yeah, quite small sizing from Elvis, which I think is reasonable. But is going to let Queen Jack peel. Oh, very interesting river. If Elvis bets again, Dylan's either going to give up or could very feasibly turn his hand into a bluff. No clubs in his hand, which is good, right? Reverse unblocking, as the kids like to say. Make it more likely your opponent has a flush draw. Now, Elvis does check, waves the white flag. If you're Dylan, do you feel like you have to bluff to win, or do you ever suspect that your queen high might just be good?
It's Elvis. I'd probably suspect my queen high is good here.
Yeah, definitely a player is very capable.
I would still bet though.
Yeah, just in case, right?
I have ace high and I lose a lot, so I'm going to try and get him off.
That's one of those weird kind of merge scenarios in poker, right? Where you feel like your hand has showdown value, but you want to bet anyway just to fold out slightly better hands with comparable showdown value.
I also don't think Elvis checks any kind of value on the river there, so
yeah, I think that's a pretty good read.
I feel like it's a pretty safe place to like take it down with a bet.
While we're shouting out collabs that we're doing, also want to shout out Octopi. If you guys want to try out Octopi, it's just freaking sweet, man. Just straight up. Octopipoker.ai/PlayLive. You'll get a month free access. You don't have to put in your credit card or any financial anything. You just make an account and you'll literally just have 1 month access on the spot. It also includes the vault. That's special access as part of the pro version of Octopi, where you can see live stream content. I believe, how cool is this? The vault is currently filled with Triton, WSOP, the Poker Go Studio, and PlayLive Melbourne.
I've heard of all of those, so
pretty much all the
company.
same. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 1 month free access for literally everyone here at PlayLive, anyone watching the stream, playing our tournaments, just anyone in our community. Octopipoker.ai/PlayLive. Just make an account. Try it out, guys. It is a solver tool. Think like GTO Wizard, Pio Solver, and the like. It is so much more user-friendly than a lot of those as well, and way more designed to help you just sort of jump in and get going, which I think is huge. For me, personally, I'm no solver wizard, so and it just has a ton of really cool features. They've done some hand breakdown analysis of specific hands from our previous main events and stuff. Some of that I'm going to post on social media as well.
Yeah, I had a look at it when you were telling me we were going to do this collab, and it looked insane.
It's insane, yeah.
As someone who's never used a solver for 1 second in my entire life, I looked at it and was like, oh, I can understand the flow. I can see this being of some value to teach me, these spots that all the kids know about these days.
Yep.
Where I'm an old man just out here playing street poker, so
just trying to learn with lower friction,
Yeah.
Crazy spot here. Blind versus blind. Top pair and second pair is pretty strong holdings for a blind versus blind pot. So it went check bet call on the flop. That's
one big blind. So.
Yep, and it's going to go check bet call again on the turn. And if we get a clean river, it's probably going to go check bet call a third time. Oh, wow. Now, if you're knitting...
We do it.
If you're knitting it up here... Sorry, it had to be done. Are you ever leading on the repeat check? No, it does just opt for a check.
Blind versus blind, probably not.
It's so tough with these wide ranges. I never know these spots. I think with the queen, this is just going to be a third value bet.
Yeah, yes, obviously Dylan should be betting here. But also I think from Nitten's perspective, there's just so many draws that were there that missed that...
Wants to give him a chance to barrel those.
The 5-6.
He's double checking.
5-7,
He's like, I really did river trips, right? Yep, I did. Sick. My life is so awesome. Do expect to see a raise here. I like the sizing from Dylan, 1/4 pot. I think since you can no longer target the Jack X hands for value, you're only targeting some 4X, some small pairs, things of the like, some ace highs. You do have to go small. Does just go bet and call. Yep, so Nitten gets the check raise in. Wins a nice big pot there. I think everyone played their hand pretty well. And the deck decided that Jack 9 was going to be the winner. So that's a very nice pot if you're Nitten. Taking a dent at the chip leader. So let's see. We have 118 runners already in this flight. Still have, what is it, an hour and a half of late registration?
You got until 11:30 real time.
So it's what, just about 10 p.m.? So yeah, an hour and a half of late registration. If you're hearing this and you want to come down, you absolutely can. Guarantee you got smashed. Are we at 200K yet?
Live, we're at 181.
181 currently. So we'll be over 200. How much over remains to be seen. Were we ever nervous about the guarantee on this one, or
This one, no. This is everyone's favorite tournament.
it's always
Apart from the
smashes,
main,
right?
We got $485,000 in this at the Melbourne. It's crazy.
Actually insane.
97,000. I think it was for first for a $600 buy-in.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be one of the bigger 600s around the world. Open here with the ace king. A flat and the hijack from the pocket five seems pretty reasonable. And a call here on the button with the ace 4-0 from Nitin. I don't like this.
This should be a fold.
It can either be a fold or a 3-bet, right? I think with a polar hand like ace 4-0, your hand plays really poorly multi-way, but you have good blockers and good emergency wheel equity, so would be a natural hand to turn into a bluff if desired. But I do think call is the worst of the three options. But let's see how it goes. 8-8-7. If your pocket fives in a multi-way pot, most flops without a 5 are not that great. I would say this one's
Pretty good, but I'm going to want to bet here.
try and thin out the field a little.
Thin out the field. The 7 always comes for me, so...
Yeah, naturally.
I just think checking through is just going to be... You've got no idea where you're at. Someone's going to bet the turn. Whatever the card is, but you're probably going to fold it, so...
Yeah.
I think I want to take a stab here with pocket fives.
A little bit of value, a little bit of equity protection. Nitin showing some heart here.
Just going to play his button, play his position. Less than 1%, and he's probably going to win this.
So the remarkable thing about being in position in poker, right? It really just is an insanely massive advantage.
I guess, given we're talking about having position and having an advantage, we should talk about the time that we met.
All right, tell him the story.
So Josh and I met at the 2017 WSOP. He sat down on my direct right, so I had position on him. And for the very... There comes the 7
always
like
coming.
I called it.
Unbelievable.
He sat down on my right. I had position on him. He opened the first 4 hands that he was at the table, and I 3-bet him for the first 4 hands that we were at the table.
I folded all 4 times.
He folded all 4 times. And we got chatting. We became friends. And later on, I had to admit to him that I actually just had it every single time. He thought I was like, he heard my accent. He sees me 3-bet 4 hands in a row, super aggressive. He thinks I'm some super pro from Australia.
I was like, who is
this
guy?
guy?
You know?
And none of that is true. I just had like ace queen suited plus, and every single time.
I had king jack off the first 2 times, and then I had queen 10 off the 3rd time, but I was like getting into later position as the rotation was going around, and then the 4th time I had like 7-8 suited or something.
Yeah, you gotta learn to fold, mate. Fold pre.
Yeah, Nitin is gonna chop it up with the ace king here. That's a pretty sick result if you're Nitin, honestly. You're gonna be happy to win half the pot.
This is why you bet the 5s.
If you are just joining us, I know people do like to kind of tumble into the stream bit by bit over the first few hours. We're live on a 20-minute delay, 129 York Street here in South Melbourne. Yes, I will be saying the address quite a bit. Josh Abity here in the booth with Bridges. First time in the booth. Not the first time at Play Live, to say the least, given that he built it. I was... You know how your iPhone tries to like plug you nostalgia within your Photos app? Yes. It's like, remember this?
Yes.
It recently hit me with the nostalgia of us filming content when this place was empty. No carpet, nothing.
A white box.
White box. It is really crazy to think that we're almost a year in, right? We are 1 month and 1 week away from being a year old, which means you and I have been working on this for over 3 years.
I've been working on it for a lot longer than that.
Yeah. I still remember our old logo.
Which one was that?
The Melbourne Poker Room one.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder what percentage of people still remember the fact that if you're in the chat and you've been here since the beginning, put a 1 in the chat if you remember Melbourne Poker Room. I'm going to give no more context other than that to see who genuinely remembers.
What are they gonna say? There was a building in the logo. If you can tell us what building it was, yeah.
Yeah, if you tell us what building it was, give you a hat.
Sure.
A little giveaway.
We'll just deduct that from the bottom line.
Yeah. We'll take it out of the Josh Monk budget.
Everybody wants to give away my merch.
Yeah.
Nobody ever asks.
If you do want merchandise, by the way, guys, we got hats, hoodies, shirts. We're working on getting some zip ups, maybe some quarter zips. There's been a lot of requests for that. I wouldn't mind a quarter zip. They're very classy. All behind registration, all for purchase. We got the custom water bottles too. Shout outs to Kareem. So we got 2 open-enders here. And a double gutter. Look at all the straight draws. Got the 9-7, the Jack-9, and the 6-7.
Ace-4's in front.
And the Ace-4 is in the lead with a pair. Funny game poker in that way.
Can any of them get a straight at the same time? I don't think so.
They each have each other's
Have each other's outs, but none of them can make straight over
a
straight.
5, a 7, a 6, a 9. No, 9 doesn't do. Yeah, 9 does do it for 6-7.
6-7.
It's basically 5 all the way up to Jack does something for someone.
And everybody else folds.
Yeah. Okay, we got an all-in. Both players calling, the double gutter and the backdoor flush draw calling, and the other open-ender calling. So they are going to have a side pot. And the guy who's all in, Mr. Nyan Win, is going to feel like he can win this hand because he has the nuts. Dukes of Hearts on the river. It doesn't change anything. Does look like they've just opted to check it down in the side pot. Not bluffing into a dry side pot, which makes sense. That is very logical. And Jack-9... the nizzles. So, in the news of poker, the Lodge. Rated by the Texas Alcohol and Beverage Commission. TABC, I believe is the name. It doesn't seem like it had anything to do with poker at all. Though, I saw the Lodge's statement today. They're not even sure. Which I feel like kind of sucks. Do feel like the local authorities sort of owe them an explanation if they're going to show up like that, but yeah, I think they're closed until further notice.
That's right, everybody, come on down to Play Live. We've still got 3 more days of our series.
You can make it from Texas.
Exactly.
Jet lag is a myth. Come win the main. So registration is still open, guys. You will notice that from the number going up. 122 runners and counting in Flight 1C. In total, we're at, what, 350 so far?
How good you math? 360.
360?
65 maybe.
Guaranteeing 300 runners, 365-ish. And the number's still climbing. What do you reckon we'll get for this final flight if we're at 122 right now with just under 90 minutes left?
I think we'll go pretty close to 200.
Yep.
Yeah.
You want to make a line and take it over under?
All right, let's go 192.5.
Okay. All right, I will reluctantly take the under. I am obviously rooting for myself to lose.
Sure. I will take the over then.
And we'll bet 1 shoey.
I don't drink, so we will not. Just kidding. I was here drinking last night.
Yeah, I was about to say. You don't drink often. You definitely
drink.
don't drink very often. Family man, primarily. Ooh. King, queen suited. Open it up here under the gun. Jacks on the small blind for Nyan Win.
What do you want to do here?
Reckon even against under the gun, I'm always 3-betting.
Agreed. Yeah, agrees. I agree.
Then if you get 4-bet, I will say King Queen suited is a candidate for a 4-bet bluff. Good blocker properties, good equity. You can kind of decide if you want a 5-bet jam, take the more high variance approach, excuse me, or just call. Never folding, that's for sure.
Yeah, I feel like if you're putting money in the pot after this 3-bet, you are committed. So
Prefer just to jam, get it over with, see how it goes.
I mean, I don't think you even get the option to jam.
Yeah, I do expect Vadim to mostly call here. Depends how much he's looked at the solver. Octopipoker.ai/PlayLive. Free access, guy. It is literally free. It's free with no caveats, no strings, no nothing. And he just folds the King Queen suited. That's quite a strong hand to be folding to a 3-bet when you're in position. Not a big fan of that. Maybe he thinks he has a read that his opponent's never doing it light. Thinks overall he's not doing super well.
Yeah, I think there was just a min click under the gun and then like 5.5x that. So
Could be a sizing tell.
yeah, it could be a sizing tell. It also could be just like an awkward spot to put another 8k in with SPR of like under 2. So
Yeah, it feels like it's not worth it.
yeah. I feel like you jam, you're never getting called by better. You call, you're putting too much into the pot. Too bloated. I don't mind it.
The Berkeys are watching live from the nation's capital in Canberra. Shoutouts to the Berkey Bros. How's the overlays going? No overlay. Guarantee got smashed nicely on this one. Wildcard Poker saying you sound like Russell Crowe on the mic. High praise.
Actually, I sound like my dad.
You do.
Whenever I talk in real life, I cannot hear it, but whenever I hear it on a microphone or on a recording, I sound exactly like my father. All right, we've got a pair versus ace-king suited. Both players over 100 big blinds deep. This could be a fun one. And also we've got Elvis.
Elvis always makes it fun.
Andrew with the king-jack suited. The small blind. Probably going to come along. Not sure. Should, but. We've got Adam Burke asking what address he should come to pick up his merchandise that we've been talking about. That's do you remember, Josh?
I think it's 129 rhymes with pork street. No pork for me though, thank you.
Sure.
Just kidding. Absolutely love it. Love the stuff. 129 York Street here in South Melbourne. Melbourne, Victoria. Fun fact, thing I'm very proud of. If you've just put Play Live Melbourne into Google Maps, into Uber, Didi, all that stuff, we show up now.
Yep.
We got enough internet points.
We are on the map.
We're literally on the map. So shout outs to us.
Speaking of the other Melbourne, I actually was once playing a cash game in Parks Casino in Philadelphia, of all places, and the whole table was talking about Australia. Because I was Australian and they all picked up on the accent, and we'd been talking about Australia for like an hour. And this guy had been sitting there saying nothing at all, and then he like pipes up after an hour of this whole conversation about Australia, and he goes, "Where are you from?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm from Melbourne." He's like, "Melbourne, Florida?" And I'm like, "Bro, have you not been paying attention to this?"
Have you ever heard of context clues? You may want to use them.
It's not like he just rocked up. Like he'd been there for an hour, and that's like all that we'd spoken about for a whole hour. And he was like, "Melbourne, Florida?" So Andrew has decided to 3-bet out of the small blind with the king-jack suited.
And
He got the pocket ace to fold. So
yeah, so we saw a very disciplined fold from pocket eights. I actually don't blame him, sandwiched in the middle against a 3-bet and a guy in position on you, it is a bit awkward.
Was
So
John the pre-flop raiser or was it the pocket eights?
I think pocket eights opened. John flat trapped the ace king suited.
Oh, he's back raised.
Got squeezed and then back raised. Yeah. It is going to be all in for Andrew. Don't think he can call. This is a hand definitely that's going into the 3-bet and then fold category. He's a little bit confused because it went flat and then back jam. So he's wondering, like, is this always just a pair that I'm flipping with? Is this aces randomly, you know? And it is a premium hand that was getting tricky. So John Pasquale,
200 big blinds.
200 bigs on the nose.
What a structure. The guy who drew up this structure, he must be a genius.
I heard he just copy and pasted it from previous mini mains. Although once upon a time he had to build it.
Yeah.
So I guess that guy was a genius.
Big fan of the copy paste.
7 months ago.
7 months ago.
He's still riding the coattails of his work. We're at 500 1K with a 1K big blind ante here in the mini main event. So we are streaming on day 1. We don't normally do that. The reason we did that is because the 6 max was meant to be on stream, as was the 2K, but they both ended in one day, which makes sense because they're smaller field events. In the 6 max, we did give them the option to play through if it was unanimous, and it was indeed unanimous that they wanted to just play to the end. In the future, we may sort of force people to come back for the stream for y'all's entertainment.
I think the blinds are now up.
Yep, did hear the announcement from Nee. So is that 500 1.5K instead of 1K 1.5K?
Yeah, 500.
Why do we do that? Isn't it normally 1K 1.5?
Don't believe so.
I think at WSOP and stuff when I play, they usually do it. 10 and then 10-5 or whatever.
I think it's 3.5 in the middle. So the previous level was 2.5, now it's 3.5, and the next level will be 1, 2, which will be 5K. If you did,
It would be 4.5 and then 5.
Yeah, we go from 2.5 to 4, and then 5. So
Ace Queen 3 here.
structure nerd stuff.
Yeah. Elvis with the pocket 4 is still in front.
No fear. Maybe he thinks they're aces.
He's like, oh, sweet, top set. Why do I have 2
That's
ace
a
of
dime.
diamonds?
Elvis with the 60% VPIP. Bit low.
Yeah, we're going to want to see that number up to...
Someone can go have a talk with him.
What did Wildcard say in the chat? 115% VPIP. We are streaming till the end of day today. I do believe we're bagging up at 1 a.m.
It'll be 1:30 real time, 1:50 for you guys.
Okay, so we'll be here with you until 1:50 in the morning when they bag up for day 2. Elvis with the Queen 7. Does that go in the qualifying range?
Yep.
Sure does. Flicks it in for a call. Another premium here for Pasquale.
Running good, playing good, getting good hands, dominating.
I feel like his last name I find confusing because it's usually Pascal or Pasquale. And it's the same name, but one's French and one's Italian, right? But he's somehow ended up with this split down the middle. That's my language nerd coming in.
Discipline fold there by Elvis.
Does let it go. Wonder if he learned that at Octopipoker.ai/PlayLive.
Or my own course on folding more.
Yeah. Bridges for hoes. Just fold. Stop not folding. Just do it, man. Trust me. That'll be $9.99.99.
Yeah. I actually once tried to charge $5,000 for one piece of paper that says "Don't do dumb pre-flop," and it would be definitely worth it for a few players.
I think so. That is the brutal reality of poker, is that the winningest players are generally pretty consistent pre-flop and then very aggressive post-flop. So they have a tough range to compete against, and then they make you feel the hurt.
To win the most, you have to play the least. So.
Yeah, it's funny, right? But it is a balancing act. You don't want to go too tight. Then you miss out on a lot of opportunities. Who's the best dealer at PlayLive in your opinion? Once upon a time, I would have said this guy, Jet Wong. He's pretty good. I heard he's a player now.
Yep.
And sometimes a chat stream lurker. Shout outs to Jet. I don't know. Look, we're like the only people that are never going to...
We can't give you the correct answer. My children, whenever they ask which parent that they love the most, they always give the diplomatic answer. We love you both the same.
Well played.
And we love all our dealers here at PlayLive the same.
We do. But Gem. No, yeah, we are so lucky in that regard. We have a bunch of complete weapons of dealers at this venue. Some of the best operational talent in Australia and some of the best in the world, I'd say. When you go to these giant festivals, places like WSOP, not exactly known for dealer quality. Obviously, they need a ton of staff, so a lot of people are a bit newer. I think we're a bit spoiled where we really get to pick from the cream of the crop.
Yep.
So we do kind of mean what we say when we think all the dealers are amazing. Not just diplomacy. That's just God's honest truth. King Queen coming in for the open, and King Kong for Andrew Pang. Re-raises it up to 9,000. Pretty standard hand so far. King Queen O out of position. You calling? You folding? You putting in the bluff 4-bet?
I'm probably just folding pre-flop. I'm not even opening this one, so...
King Queen? Nah, come on. You're opening the King Queen from +2.
Yeah,
the Bridges I know is the guy that blasted off on the bubble. He's not some old nit.
I don't know who you're talking about. I think this is the fold definitely now.
I do agree. I think in these early position ranges, King Queen is sort of a tricky hand to navigate out of position post flop against a 3-betting range. Going to be dominated a lot. It does find a very nice discipline fold. Adam Burke says it's almost like you found all those dealers at one big party. It's almost like that's exactly what happened. Mr. Berkey obviously referencing...
No, I know what you're talking about. I was not invited.
When we went to the big old party.
I didn't go. You went.
Well, I went with the Berkmeister. Worked my magic. Offered a bunch of people who just got handed a big pile of money a job. Turns out...
That works.
Yeah, it turns out that works really well. I have to say that's probably one of the better days of the life of most people at that party. Because you just get handed a big bag of money, and you're like, I wonder what I'll do for my job, but I'll take a couple months off and enjoy myself with my big bag of money. And then here comes this random drunk guy, and he's like, hello, would you like a job? I heard you are looking for one. Probably the shortest job search in the history of Australia for many.
Lucky those guys didn't have to sign any non-compete clauses.
Yeah. Jack 8 suited, opening it up here. This is what I would call a reg open.
I like this open better than King Queen off. At least you know where you're at when the flop comes down.
Yeah, it is true. Some navigation skills post flop that King Queen does not have. Elvis flattened the king, suited king on the button. He's going to be way out in front with the spades covered. Should we see a couple of spades for some classic Elvis pain? Nope, but we are going to just see trips for the man. 10-3-3, 2 hearts.
It's going to be hard to get some money.
Yeah.
Gets tricky, and Yan tries to...
Yan does come in for the continuation bet, which I do think is reasonable. Elvis, if he's wise, will likely just stick to just a call here. His opponent's going to have a pretty loose range.
He's clicked it back.
He's gone for the click. leaving himself 6 bigs behind. And that's going to get it done against the Jack High. But I do think that result's probably going to be just about the same as Colin.
Yeah, I think you've got it so locked up there, so I'm just going to go check call, check call. Hope that my opponent just blasts it off.
Yep. One of those concepts in tournament poker that when you have a hand really strong, like trips and a short stack, you don't need to juice up the pot to get all in by the river.
Right.
And you're not afraid of the hearts coming in because you're never folding anyway. Your hand's too strong. So can sort of lean you down the game tree more of just calling and giving your opponent some rope for when they are bluffing. But against the Jack 8 of spades, I think it's same, but different. Opens up the Ace 9-0. This hand... Okay, funny enough, this is not a fold. Back in our day, this was absolutely a fold. We used to make fun of people that opened Ace 9-0 under the gun. In the era of solvers, have discovered the solver loves Ace 9. Thinks it's a strong ace with a good kicker. It has the opposite opinion that was historically had about how you get dominated by hands with better kickers. I think the new logic of the solver is that most of those hands are 3-betting you. So in single raise pots, you actually do have one of the stronger kickers. I call this hand the glow up on stream. Regular stream viewers will be very familiar with this terminology, just because I do think since our day, this hand has had the biggest glow up of every hand in poker. 10-8 deuce, 2 clubs. Elvis doing what he does, taking the lead.
Getting it done. No part of him is going to think that this isn't the best hand, and he's going to be right.
He's going to be 100% correct. Couple of backdoors for Nyan Win. Backdoor nut flush draw and backdoor straight draw. Ace high. It's check, and it's going to be a value bet from Elvis. I expect the 6s to go in the bin, but the Ace 9 might actually continue. One of the ironic things about having these like small pocket pairs is you would rather have a deuce here than have 6s, because they both beat bluffs and lose to value hands. But with the deuce, you have more outs. So the 6s, you have just 2 outs. With the deuce, you'll have the deuce outs plus what other card you have in your hand. So, you know, ace, deuce of diamonds or something would be more attractive than the 6s. But the 6s is still, obviously, this is an above average flop for you. So it does decide to peel 1. And I think... very interesting raise from Nyan Win. I actually really like this. He has a very natural candidate to turn into a bluff. Backdoor nut flush draw, backdoor straight draw. And he knows that Elvis can be a bit of a loose cannon. So he probably gives the bet very little credit. And when it goes just check call from John Pasquale in the big blind, I think he thinks his range is somewhat capped. So he feels like this could be a good opportunity to squeeze and go after the money. Makes it 12,000. I quite like the sizing as well. With Elvis's hand, though, don't think he'll be folding. With the 6s, no club. I think this one's just going in the bin.
Yep.
Straight into the bin. Well, the question is, can you bluff Elvis? I mean, that's the card you're going to do it on. Turns open-ended. When you take one of these plays with your backdoors, and you're deciding when to continue bluffing, generally turns like this where you pick up additional equity are the ones where you go for it. But maybe he thinks just once Elvis goes bet call, he's never folding. And again, another natural river to bluff, has the ace of clubs blocker, so can credibly rep a straight here and a flush. So it'll really just come down to whether he wants to have any bluffs at all against Elvis. He does opt to go for it. Don't blame him. Think he has kind of the most logical hand. Elvis obviously rivering 2 pair. Gonna find a very quick call. And the check mark. That's a dangerous man to give chips to. Nyan Win played the hand quite expertly and gets maximum punished for it.
Yeah.
Poker is a unique sport in that way.
I think I prefer the jam on the turn.
Yeah. I do think you want to kind of just keep up the story you're telling, right? So that's Elvis up to 75K. He was quite short. Now he's rebounded all the way back above starting. 1.5x start, and he's going to be feeling pretty good about that, I reckon. That's 50 bigs as well, so tons of playability to do his thing now. Put people in the blender. How you feeling sleep-wise? It's been a long series. Obviously, not at the end just yet. We have 3 more days.
What day is it? Friday? Yeah, we got 3 more days. Got the weekend and Monday final table of the main event. Sleep is okay at the moment. I feel like when you were running these series, it's just like you're all go all the time, and you've got the adrenaline no matter how long it goes on, especially like Melbourne Millions went for 20 days or 21 days or something, and like every day I come into work and I was like ready to go, and then it got to like the last weekend or whatever, and I felt like if it was another week I could keep going another week, but my body just knew that it was like over, and it was like I'm done.
Yeah.
So this has been a little bit of a more chill series, so haven't had to work as hard, but yeah.
Not crashing quite as much.
Yeah.
It is a lot of peaks and valleys in the poker business. There's quiet days and then the really, really hectic ones. Like today is a very busy day in the grand scheme of our business.
Yep.
But compared to peak days in January in our Million series,
Yeah.
of course, nothing will ever compare to that except itself, right?
Yep. We've been downstairs for most of this series, but like during January, we had like all 50 tables in the go.
All the time.
All the time. For multiple tournaments on at the same day. And I just never stopped running up and down the stairs, so.
I felt like I got kind of like a workout in Jan, you know? Just running up and down, relaying stuff. Okay, so we did 4.7 million and some change in our first ever Melbourne Millions.
Literally a few $100 over 4.7.
Yeah, 4.7, almost on the nose. Total prize pool. Next year, I think we think is going to be bigger by a lot, and even though it was already huge.
Yep.
What is your prediction?
You want me to set a line?
Yeah, give me a line.
12.35 million.
12.35. Wow. If we get over 12 million, I will attempt to catch you mid-air on camera.
How about I just do a shoey?
Yeah, okay, yeah. You heard it here first. If we get over 12 million next year's Melbourne Millions in January, which you can all look forward to, we know we have a ton of people coming over. I know I have plenty of people coming from America and Europe.
I've had all these conversations with Josh before, so I've already factored that into our number. For those of you who don't know, like the entire poker world reached out to us during the Melbourne Millions.
It was insane.
We had who was it? Mario Mosbeck was commenting on one of our posts saying we should bring back Aussie Millions in January when the tennis is on, and we had to respond to him, buddy, it's happening right now. don't miss out next year.
Melbourne Millions, definitely the place to be in January, yeah. Spoke to everyone from some legendary commentators who want to come get on the stream, some true professionals that put people like myself to shame, all the way to influencers, players from different continents around the world. I think there's quite a lot of interest in coming next year. Heard we might even have some special guests. I think people can guess who those people might be based on the special guests we had this past year.
Okay, can you tell me who the fox that is?
Who the fox could it be?
Who the fox could that be?
Ace 4-0 and the Queen Jack suited. We got a battle all in pre here.
Pure flip, yeah.
6, 8, 8, 2 hearts. 5 gonna need a queen or a jack to do it to him. 10 on the river, and the ace high is gonna hold for a nice baby all in. So he gets a little bit of his money back.
It looks like a triple up.
Yep, I mean,
for 2 bigs.
10K in a dream. Ash Ovens famously recently came max late regged. What was it, the Nightcrawler? Or was it the opener? It was the opener?
Can't tell you, sorry.
One of the turn.
It was the opening event.
Yeah, it was the opening event. Yeah, Ash max late reg the opening event in his very first hand. Went down to 3,000 chips, which was one big blind at the max late reg. Ended up running it all the way up to a heads up second place finish for the biggest score of his career. It's a Cinderella story, man.
Congratulations to the poker scientist.
Yeah, shout outs to Ash. All around awesome guy, great player, super nice, and an actual scientist. I feel like a lot of people don't know that. They like think he's just like a poker scientist. He works in a lab.
Right.
He's a real scientist in real life.
I'm also just learning this right now.
Yeah, he's a real science boy with a real big boy job.
I thought he was just like doing the math nerdy stuff that I do with the spreadsheets. I thought that was
yeah, he does also do that. Pretty cool thing that he does if you don't follow Ash on social media. He does like structure analysis of poker tournaments going on around Australia. It's cool stuff, man.
This John getting aces for the second time in 18 hands.
It's unbelievable. Getting hit in the face with the deck a little bit. I do feel like when you have these big stacks on day one and you just get constant value hands, and then you bag, obviously, but then you come back for day two and you just card dead. It's kind of like a tilting thing.
Yeah.
Like, why couldn't I just scrape through day one and then just get aces a bunch on day two, you know? Oh, and gets the tilting, take it down pre-result with the aces.
Classic.
So are there any other known players on this table? Andrew Pang, Elvis, both veterans of the stream.
Yeah.
Some other names I recognize.
I live at the Rego desk, so I know all the names. So I guess probably not to the average viewer, but to me, they're all familiar faces. So,
what percentage of the people's names in the room do you think you have memorized?
80 plus. Definitely 80 plus. Easy.
That's insane, because that's like thousands of people.
Yep. That is my superpower. I remember pretty much everybody's name, and most people forget who I am after they meet me. I've literally told stories to people about hands that we played 7 years ago together, and they're like, I don't know who you are.
Yeah.
I didn't know you existed until just now.
So. Like, oh, sorry, bro. What's your name? I feel like I used to be good at remembering names. Got a little bit older and met too many people and kind of lost the skill. Might be also due to consuming too many intoxicants as a young man. Don't think that helps either.
I think it's time for you to settle down and give that up.
Yep, have been progressing toward settling down and giving up all of my fun habits. 30's coming in hard.
Yan's in a bit of trouble here.
Yep, Andrew Pang waking up behind with the...
Elvis has limped to Queen 7, set up Yan. It's an easy jam. It's a Jack 8 suited when Elvis limps. Unfortunately, Andrew has woken up with a real hand. We got to see David Dawes in C1 wearing the Liverpool hat. Shout out to the Reds. Probably.
Okay, cool. But on a bad board. Oh my god.
Oh, look at this.
Can't ask for much more.
No more sweat. That's okay, Joe. No more.
And a 6.
Call it a day.
There you get
Oh my god. Yan Win on the comeback trail.
Can win.
Yan Win can win. Shoutouts to Travis in the Facebook chat. Unfortunately, Bridges is all the way up. This mic, we've just been having some issues with it. After this series is over, I want to go out and get a second one of these mics.
Yeah.
And that will...
I don't mind this one. People think I sound like Russell Crowe. It's not a bad comparison. So.
Yeah. The dulcet tones of Bridges Robinson Crowe.
Good one.
Pulled that right out of my behind. I just saw this from Wildcard Poker. Elvis VPIP is 98%. 2% is because he had to take a bathroom break twice. Oh, that's good. That's good stuff right there. So if you are just joining us, I'm looking at the viewership numbers. And I do see that they're climbing on all the various platforms. live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. You got myself, Josh Abity, your perennial American host here, with Bridges, being commanded by Mr. Berkey to eat the mic.
I'm trying here, but you know, I already had dinner.
If you are watching us on the various platforms and you want to do us a huge solid, just click like, drop a comment in the chat, give us a follow, subscribe on YouTube. We're trying to get to 1K on YouTube. Once we do that, we unlock a bunch of new features. I think we're getting really close, actually. Let me see where we're at. I think if everyone in the chat right now, yeah, we're at 926. If everyone in the chat right now went to YouTube, clicked like on the stream, and subscribed to the channel, we would just hit that goal tonight. If you want to follow us on Twitch or on Facebook as well, we've been at 4.9K on Facebook for so freaking long, and it's tilting me. I want the number to say 5. So if you want to follow us on Facebook, we stream, we upload flips, we post funny content, and we also just do regular announcements and updates on what's going on. We got a raise up here from the King Jack and a call on the cutoff from the King Queen.
This is quite juicy.
This is a spicy flop.
John has out-flopped him with top pair, but Andrew has up and down and the second up flush draw.
And that's going to be good for most of the equity, which is so crazy. Just shows just how many outs he has. You can see all those up on the screen.
That would be more, right? That everybody folded a lot of them.
Yep.
Okay. Is that factored into those?
It is, yeah. Okay. It's pretty amazing, right?
So in reality, Andrew probably thinks he has even more equity against a Jack X.
Yeah, I think something with like King Queen with the King of Diamonds is like flipping against aces with no diamond even, which is pretty crazy. And when your queen outs are live as well.
Check raised all in.
I think that's pretty reasonable. Yep, don't think John can go anywhere with top pair. It's going to be a good old-fashioned horse race. Shouts to Lord Agger in the chat. What is happening? Who do you like? Choose your warrior. Too many outs? Does the man have too many outs? No, he does not. Just the right number of outs. Makes Broadway. Will asks, what blind levels are they coming back to day 2 tomorrow in the mini main?
I believe it's 6,000, 12,000, but let me just look it up.
Gonna have the structure master go take a look.
We're at 190K. Yep, 6,000, 12,000.
So it'll be 612 tomorrow. 510, I assume, is then the last level tonight.
510, the last level tonight.
We got an Andrew Pang sweater in the chat. Shout outs to Will in the chat as well. I'm still waiting for my Manda Pike appearance, the MSP. Chat #1 legend. We do have a lot of chat legends, I will say. Mr. Lord Agger, one of them. Will as well. Matty Marshall, in some ways the father of the chat.
I believe it's a 1 p.m. restart, actually. This one bags up at 1:30 in the morning, and we always give you at least 11 hours to come back for a day 2. So we have 12 o'clock if you want to play a satellite into the main event. I'm going to say it's a $250 buy-in. I will have to check that one. And then, yeah, mini-main restarts at 1. Main event starts at 2. Late registration in the main event all the way to 8:45, I believe. But 7:45 we do have that APO main event satellite for anyone trying to get into the $3,300 buy-in, $1.5 million guaranteed Melbourne flight of the APO up in Sydney.
There's a lot of awesome stuff going on tomorrow.
Lord Agar, no, PlayLive will not be shouting flights and accommodation for those who bagged the APO main for day 2, but we are checking to see if APO will be shouting those flights.
Yeah, I believe it was just hotel potentially. Cannot hear a thing Bridges is saying. Let me see if I can mess with these settings a little bit. All right, let's try it one more time. Test, test.
Hello, Will. Can you hear me?
If you can hear Bridges properly, can you guys just drop a 1 in the chat so we know you can hear him?
Moxley can hear 2 people. Much better.
Much
All
better.
right, here we
Sweet.
go.
Did tweak some of the knobs. Yeah, might do that in a bit. Might get us to swap microphones. Can hear those beautiful Bridges baritones here on mic number 1. Did tweak the knobs though. Should be a bit better. Is there a clash in the schedule between the main and the mini main? The answer is not really. If you were still in the mini main at that point.
Yeah, so if you're in the mini main, you'll probably be in the last 3 or 4 players at the point where we get to max lay reg in the main event. In that case, what we did at the Melbourne Millions was that all the players wanted to play the main, so they all paused the tournament that they were in. That was the Mega Mystery Bounty, and they came back and played on another day. We could do that again if everybody wanted to. Oh, they cut out.
Cut out? No,
Yeah,
I can hear you. Sound good to me.
Yeah, so we do have the option if all the players, and I imagine that all the players that were winning a pile of money in the mini main would probably want to jump in the main event, so we can pause the tournament if they want, to give them a chance to go and play 2 hours at the end of day 1 and then come back and play the final 3-handed, 4-handed play in the mini main.
Yeah, we're always very mindful when we design the schedules to make sure people can play all the big stuff. So yeah, if you do end up in that scenario, you're the luckiest bastard in the room. So it's absolutely a great scenario to be in.
I think John Pasquale might be the luckiest bastard in the room.
Unbelievable.
Another
Pocket
premium,
queens.
another premium for him.
Whatever he's drinking, I'll have some of that.
I'll have what she's having. Oh,
Oh!
No, I won't. Take it back. Take it back.
Absolute max needle. Commentator's curse. Pocket kings from Yan Win.
Yan is going to spin it back from 3K up to a start stack if you can get this one all in and hold.
And I feel like when you do that, you kind of feel like you're just going to win the tournament. You're like, oh, well, I just 17x'd my stack. Why can't I just do that again and win the tournament? Is someone getting aces too? It's that sort of setup. Yeah, it does feel like it could be one of those hands.
Oh, Queen's in trouble now.
A very playable Queen Jack suited from Badim, but is going to just go into the bin with the open and the jam. Queen's only going to have 1 live out. Oh my God. Pocket tens from David Dawes. I mean, you cannot blame him if he jams it in here for 17 bigs.
Yeah.
Premium hand. Against under the gun +1 and +2, you're sweating a little, but I think for 17 bigs, your hand is just too strong to fold. So he's going to go ahead and join the cooler train. It's going to be a pretty quick call from Pasquale, I assume.
No, he's in the tank.
Wow. If he folds here, I mean, that would be one of the most legendary folds I think we've ever seen on stream.
Nope, he goes.
Do you think you kind of have to? It's getting an insane price, and he has an insanely strong hand. So we got 45 minutes left in late registration. If you do want to come down, I would start making moves now. You can keep watching the stream in the car, in the venue.
In the Uber. Don't drive and watch.
Yeah,
the stream.
don't drive and stream. Not safe. Unless you want to play us out of your speakers or something. Here are dulcet tones while we call the action. Three-way cooler city. Kings, queens, and tens. Can someone make a set? Ace, 6, 5, 2 spades. King of spades is covering the other spades. A jack, it's a sweaty one, but it's not what anyone needs. And the spades is no help. And a king on the river, the right hand, getting the result. And Nyan Win has 80,000.
Up from 3K.
I mean, that's insane. Is this
Spin to win.
an Ash Oven story in the making? That's going to be GG's for David Dawes. Still 45 minutes left in registration, though, so wouldn't be surprised if he gets back in the mix.
He's good at beating queens this one. So if you have queens against him, just fold.
This is terrible strategy advice from Andrew that you're listening to. So
If you have queens
if
against
you have
him?
queens, don't fold.
Just, yeah.
I'm
Generally,
a big advocate of folding, but not queens.
I did actually fold queens on the Bubble of a Bracelet event 2 summers ago online. Like, a couple hundred people remaining. And still don't know if it was correct. It was a very interesting spot. It was like open from under the gun, 3-bet from under the gun +1, and a jam from under the gun +2 for like 40 bigs. And I had them all covered by a mile.
And this was online?
Online
And
on
they
the
all had-
direct bubble.
And they all had grandpa emojis? Or
Total unknowns. Just got
Avatars?
moved to the table. Yeah. I just didn't know what to do. I ended up putting it in the bin. Ended up having a deep run in that. Maybe could have had an even deeper run if I called and held.
Yeah. 3-way bust out. It's a way to get the bubble done.
Elvis opening it up with the 8-9 suited. Haven't seen him play in a couple hands.
He's got talking chips now, so
Yep. I do expect him to do some talking. Knitting in the small blind with the 3s. I think with 23 big blinds, you should jam it in his face. I don't think flatting is very appealing with a hand like 3s because it is so difficult to realize your equity post-flop.
yeah.
Most flops without a 3 in them are just going to be pretty rough, difficult to navigate. Elvis is going to have an ultra-wide range on the button. So I do think you want to just take your pair, say the all-in words,
Your chips.
win your chips, and move on. Dylan is going to complete 6-5-0 in the big blind. Very standard defend. 6 in the window.
No
10-6 deuce, all clubs.
All clubs.
Pairs be damned. Elvis flops the joint with a redraw, a straight flush.
Will Ciali says that direct bubble is a snap fold there, Josh Abadi, and that has convinced me that you should have called.
Sweet. I would say Will's reggier than me, so I am going to take that all the way to the bank, baby. Nice to get a little positive confirmation when you make it. I think it's one of the few times I've folded queens pre. I mean, there's spots for it, for sure. Felt like that might be one of them.
Yeah, I've definitely done it.
Have you ever folded kings pre-flop?
Never.
I've never had the spot to either. Mr. Luke Barnelli, my housemate, has done it a couple times. Talked about that on stream.
Yeah.
One of our commentary sessions. I believe he was correct every time.
I'm almost certain you can rebuy.
Yeah. Yeah, tough to fold the second best hand. You only lose to one hand.
I was on the actual stone bubble of WSOP main event satellite. It was the 2K 1 in 5. And there was like 90 seats in the thing, and we were like three off, and it folds to me with 10 bigs, and I have pocket 7s on the button, and I shoved. And the guy in the big blind went into the tank for 8 minutes. After 4 minutes, he announced, like, without actually saying it, like, oh, I know that, like, this is a theoretical fold, basically telling the whole table that he had aces, and then he went into the tank for another 4 minutes and then finally called. I was like, what was the point of that? Like, if you knew it was a fold theoretically straight away, so either call or fold. Like, why did you waste 8 minutes of our time?
I wonder, you think he was trying to do you a favor and give you a chance to, like, you know?
No, we were hand for hand.
Oh, you're hand for hand.
He just wasted.
So he's just wasting
everybody's time.
Sweet old time, huh?
When he finally called, one guy goes, "I folded A7." I was like, "Cool, bro."
Like, thanks. I'll go ahead and bubble this real quick.
The last action. The review action is C2 bets 12,000 and C4 folds. Good.
I was waiting for the 7 of clubs. Then I'll be very strong.
And Will, you think it's still a not to try and get free coaching in the chat, but you think it's still a snap fold, even though I had like 100 and something bigs, right, and I cover everyone by a mile? I assumed as much. I just thought the ranges would be super tight, so queens wouldn't be doing so well. But that was one of the things that was tempting me toward calling, was just that I could definitely afford it. Viewership numbers are continuing to climb. If you are just jumping in with us, you got me, you got Bridges.
And you've got Elvis.
And you got Elvis.
Elvis will be playing every hand. He's got 101K now.
This is his thing. Once he goes on a run, he is really difficult to stop. Absolutely rides the momentum. Makes you feel his presence. Didn't going for the big squeeze here over Elvis's limp. I like that. Try and get the maximum value in while you're ahead. If you're just joining us, Grand Prix Series, the mini main event. Day 1C is the final flight. 141 entrants in this flight and counting. The line was 192.5 with 40 minutes left. This actually is going to be an hour though, right? Because we're on a 20-minute delay.
Yeah, so an hour from now.
So an hour from now, we will see the final number. So with an hour left, I think that line is looking mighty close. Well constructed from the structure man himself. Look at the story from Moxley. I folded kings pre-flop in a hand that ended up in a 5-way all-in. Under the gun opens, then +1 3-bets, +2 4-bets, and the button 5-bet jams, and he's in the small blind with kings. Jeez.
I love that he folds the small blind and then everyone else just like snaps it off with all those other hands. Like,
yeah.
But he was like, oh, kings. This is probably a bin.
That was an excellent fold. I think that in that spot, I could see myself holding kings for sure. Easy to say and hard to do though. So well done.
Yeah.
Making the correct fold there. Phil asks, what time does this finish? So the players are going to bag up at 1:30. So we, with our 20-minute delay, will be here till 1:50. So you got 3 more hours of Bridges and Josh in the booth. Chuck us on.
Is that your real name, Phil? Phil IV.
Oh, that's good. I just noticed that.
It could be Phil Ev.
Yeah, it could just be a regular name. The stone bubble. Yeah, sweet. Okay, that was my read as well. Thanks, Will. Okay, look at this. Open it up in the hijack. Yan win.
Yan win might end up with 100K here.
Defending.
200K.
I mean, if he wins this, he's just fully spun it up. And I mean, I think Elvis with middle pair and a bunch of backdoors.
It's not folding.
Definitely not folding. Might even opt to juice it up. Does play for a call. Think that is probably the standard approach. Oh, 10 on the turn. What a card. Does go check, though. And a 9 on the river. So that's a straight now for Nyan Win. And a river 2 pair from Elvis, but neither player with the queen for the upper end of the straight. Yeah, it does find a nice value bet here regardless. If you're Elvis with 2 pair, this is a nightmare spot.
This is an easy fold, but I've got a feeling he's going to raise.
So walk me through the logic on why you think it's a fold. Does just opt for a call with the 2 pair?
It's a 4-liner. You've got the worst possible 2 pair that anyone can. 7, a queen makes a straight. Every other 2 pair beats you. Yeah.
Players kind of confirming what you're saying as well.
Sure.
He can win with almost 100K now after winning that one. Does get the bet and the call from Elvis. Yeah, I think it's tough to come up with bluffs for your opponent, right, when you have the 8-9, because a lot of the bluffs contained a queen or a 7, and those are now straights.
Yeah.
So they'd have to be bluffing with King X and kind of keeping that going.
Yeah.
Oh, shout outs to WA. The Perthians. Elvis saying folding 2 pair. That did seem to be true. Got a question about the super stack. So in the first hour, there were 0 entrants in the super stack. So how our policy works here at Play Live and at almost every card room in the world, I think we do 20 minutes here, if I'm not mistaken.
So in our rules, in our terms and conditions, we have a 20-minute rule. If the tournament hasn't started and we only need 3 people to start a tournament, that we can cancel the guarantee. We actually left it open for almost an hour. We had 3 people in the satellite. And yeah, once the satellite ended, we were like, "Are you guys going to register the tournament?" And they're like, "Oh, we don't want to sit down from the beginning." So we had to cancel the guarantee.
Yeah, we were originally planning on canceling the tournament entirely.
Yes.
And then 2 hours in, a bunch of people showed up all together at the last second, all wanting to play. So we did opt to put it back on for them.
Yeah, so we started at 4-handed. We ended up getting we got 14 runners, so we got 25K in the prize pool. So we got halfway there with no guarantee. So.
And Ragazzini took that one down. Did he win the PLO as well?
Yeah, he won the PLO, and I think he came second in something else. So having a good series.
Having an unreal series is Sean Ragazzini. What else is new? Going to add some Play Live spades to his very large trophy collection, including a WPT trophy that is sitting in my apartment. Open-ended here from Elvis. Does up for a quick check back. Surprised not to see a bet there from him. Elvis for PM. Andrew Pang going for a naughty bet, seeing if he can just get his opponent to wave the white flag.
Should work, yeah.
Does he follow through with the second barrel? Imagine he bets here and Elvis just raises. Goes for about half pot here. And he does let it go. Well done from Andrew.
9 high like a boss.
9 high like a boss. Big heart like a lion. Mr. 9 high like a boss. Thoughts on Will Kassouf?
Loud.
Yep. Funny, annoying and funny. Good for poker, bad for poker. Where do you land on that spectrum?
Annoying and as an operator, bad for poker.
Yeah, certainly if I was the World Series of Poker, I would not love dealing with him.
Yeah.
Great for the stream, though.
Sure.
Bit toxic toward his fellow player, I think you could say. Now, where do you think that line is? Martin Cabral, does that fall on the other side of the line for you? Annoying, but
no.
Within reason, or?
They're housemates, they're roommates.
Yeah. Ending up in the same bubble.
Yeah.
Mr. Not Like That. should sponsor Will Kassouf to come to the Play Live Melbourne Millions. We will certainly not be doing that. I will say, if he shows up, we're not going to stop him from playing. Not at first, anyway. Do have to give everyone a fair shake. Yeah, he did get in a bit of hot water. Phil referencing this in the Facebook chat. I actually know some people that were with him that night, so I have a bit of inside info on the Will Kassouf debacle that made his sponsors all drop him all those years ago. He was playing roulette and blackjack with some friends at a casino in the UK. And they were all drinking quite a bit, and he was placing bets on behalf of a friend and then pocketing the winnings from the bets. Now, it's unclear if he was just hanging on to them, because they're all close mates. And I know that they're still friends as well after the whole debacle. So it's unclear if he was being drunk, forgetful. They had planned to settle it all up at the end. No one really knows. But I do believe someone from the company that was sponsoring him was at the casino that night and saw him do it. That's pretty much going to be game over for you if you're in the world of gambling and gambling adjacent things. Cannot do stuff like that. Quite a bad look.
I'm just finding out about this. So
Yeah, you never heard about the story? Yeah, that's how Kassouf kind of lost his whole, status. Those guys don't seem to blame him much.
Just hot off the press from Adam Burke, he's actually invited both of Martin Cabral and Will Kassouf to come to the next Melbourne Moon, so I guess you'll see them there.
God help us all. Imagine them playing heads up, says Moxley. Oh my God, can you imagine that?
It can be arranged. We have a live stream, so
I will say that is something I would bring them out here for. A heads up battle. Who can needle whom harder? And yes, I did just use whom correctly. Shoutouts to me in the chat for that. Can I be the dealer? Fortunately, stream dealer is quite a coveted position in our room, so the top dogs get access to the stream. Smalls. We do have Mr. Gabe in the hot seat now. One of the other best dealers to Play Live. One of all of our best dealers. Rank 1, tied with everyone else, except for Jem.
And my wife.
Oh, yes, of course. Nero, the real boss of Play Live. We do call her the real boss here. I think sometimes people think we're joking, and it's like a courtesy because she's your wife. And then when we explain that she's the one that actually has run a poker room for years and years and years, that often takes people a little bit off guard. It's like, oh, no, we're not just saying that. Really is the real boss.
I was playing the long game. When I married her, shout out to Nee. We actually got married 8 years ago. It was the 10th of March. I can't remember what day. I think it was Tuesday. So just this week we celebrated our 8th wedding anniversary.
Congratulations.
Playing the long game, planning to open a poker room, marry the 2IC from Crown.
Well played.
Thank you, sir.
For a guy that wanted to get married and have some kids and also dreamed of owning a poker room, marrying a wife with tons of experience seems like a GTO play. Says he hasn't studied the solver, but I'm seeing some... Will asking if we can put Riff Mustafa on the stream tomorrow. I don't think we just sort of pick the stream table. I think it's random, right?
Yeah, so the redraw will be random. Every 2 hours when the players go on a break, we will switch out the table for one that we think will look good and juicy on the stream.
Okay, so if we have some riff opportunities, maybe we'll see Mr. Mustafa on the stream. Shoutouts to Phil in the chat. Thank you so much, my man.
We'll just informing Riff that the restart is 6 p.m. tomorrow. For everyone who's not Riff, it's 1.
It is 1 p.m. restart tomorrow.
I'll let Will have his fun, but everybody else be here at 1 to play day 2.
Moxley, we do run staff tournaments and stuff at the end of series, but generally people don't really want those live streamed. First of all, someone has to work to operate the live stream and other people have to commentate, so it takes a little bit away from the... everyone's just chilling and celebrating, but we do staff parties. Maybe one of these days we can do like a staff tournament. That'd be kind of cool. Like they do that at the WSOP. They have like the industry people event.
Yeah, the $500.
Did you know that we are eligible to play that event? Last summer in Vegas, I was asked, will you be playing the casino employees event? And I said, I am not a casino employee.
That's still true.
Yep. To which people said, Doug Polk and the other poker room owners all play the event every year. And so I inquired, and I was told that I was indeed allowed. I opted not to. Felt like, I don't know. Felt like it's not for me.
Sure.
Feel like it's supposed to be for the dealers and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
But maybe one of the better ways to win a bracelet.
Yeah.
Low buy-in, smaller field, famously not too tough.
If I get desperate enough.
Yeah.
When I'm like 70 and it's like, oh, time's running out. I'm not going to win a bracelet.
Like, I used to own a poker room 30 years ago.
Let me in.
Let me in.
Yeah, and 3-betting the Queen 8 suited. Got some chips and he's here to play.
I like it. Elvis not going anywhere. And taking the lead. But flush draw for Nyan Nguyen. We could see some fireworks here. Yeah, I have heard WA's poker scene is not thriving, Phil. It's a shame to hear. I do think the rules are pretty strict out there, from what I've heard. I'm no WA specialist. I've never been to Perth. Have you ever been to Perth?
Never in my whole life.
That's pretty crazy. Oh, how about this? Flush on the river. Moxley says he has too many outs, and then says, never mind. Just the right amount of outs.
Well, he actually got there on the turn, so fair of eights.
That's true. The 8 was good from the turn. Elvis leads here. Yep, we do get a jam from Nyan Nguyen. Nyan Nguyen can win. Elvis considering a hero call here. With the 6-7. With the zoomer hand. Elvis doing Elvis things. Truer words have never been spoken.
We can just copy paste that for every hand.
Goes for the stand-up. Are you a believer in the stand-up equity?
No, it's never worked.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me either. I'll tell you, the one thing I do believe in is putting on the backpack prematurely when you get coolered and you get it in bad for your tournament life.
It works against me all the time.
Yeah, the premature backpack move, I think, is a pro move because it's a free roll. Either you got your backpack on and you're out of there quicker,
Sure.
or you use the universe juice and you scam them with the backpack. Both excellent outcomes. One a little bit more excellent than the other.
Yeah. I prefer to scam the universe than take the walk of shame, so...
Does he realize we can see his cards and know what he's thinking with? Shoutouts to Lord Agger in the chat. His opponents cannot see, and they do not know his cards. We got a comment here from God. That's what we like to call the stream operators. It says stand-up equity after the river has already been dealt is sus. So I do think that's a pretty good read there from God. He's really thinking about it. I will say, like, Nyan Nguyen has shown himself to be very capable of bluffing. Obviously, even pre-flop, right? Taking the Queen 8 suited is already in the bluff category. And it did go check on the turn. This could be a non-believer. Might think he's up against ace high with the naked ace of diamonds some percentage of the time here.
The check on the turn, because he picked up the 8. It's probably what's throwing him off here. feels like he gave up, and then when the four of diamonds comes down, he's like Elvis could be thinking that he's just bluffing.
Changed his mind,
He's changed
right?
his mind, yeah. He had given up, and then he's gonna bluff it with ace king with the ace of diamonds, something like that.
And he does go for the hero call. He's going to get the bad news. Nyan Win has officially spun it up from 2 big blinds or whatever. Was it 2 big blinds?
3K. He had 3,500.
At 1,500 big blind,
1,500
right?
big blind.
So just about 2 big blinds, all the way up to chip leader
At the table.
at the table on the live stream, almost 200K.
Yeah, 100 bigs.
Actually insane. That's going to be GG's for Elvis.
Yep, Elvis has left the building. I think Lord Agar, you've got your answer. He was thinking call.
Call indeed.
Everyone making the same joke on all the different streams.
Yeah, look at this. Win is his last name, so it feels like spoilers.
Yeah.
Not quite Chris Moneymaker level of a name, but I do think a name that rhymes with can win is pretty cool for a guy playing a tournament.
When I won the Aussie Millions ring, I made the final table with a guy named Ken Lin. And every time I see him, I'm like, Ken Lin must win.
Can win, can
So I
win.
think Yan Win works the same.
Yan win, can win. What do you think of the great names in poker? And I don't mean like iconic for their achievements. I literally mean the name itself
Yeah.
is a banger. Like Chris Moneymaker, obviously, it's going to go rank 1 in the name tier list.
Yep. I can't really think of anything like that in poker, but I do know a bunch of them.
Yeah.
In other walks of life.
What do you got?
There was a cornerback in American football called Quinton Jammer. He would jam up his wide receivers.
That's a good one.
There was a quarterback named Chuck Long.
Chuck Long. Could he throw the deep ball?
It was back in the 70s,
So probably not.
Yeah.
Maybe by the standards of the 70s.
Yeah, those are called aptonyms. So like Usain Bolt, for example.
Yes.
Fastest man alive. The one that you put me onto recently, there's like a 12-year-old Indian grandmaster in chess called Sina Move Ahead.
Sina Move Ahead. That is not a joke, friends. If you're here in the chat, look him up. Child prodigy, one of the most promising child prodigies in all of chess. God coming in with Sina Move Ahead, the GOAT. His name
Sorry, I
is
beat you to it, guy.
genuinely Sina Move Ahead, and he is perhaps the future world chess champion. Can't make that up. I think if that guy becomes world champion, is that better than Chris Moneymaker winning the WSOP main event?
Yes.
It is,
'Cause
right?
The Chris means nothing.
Right.
His whole name is like
Is the money. Yeah, his
is like-
whole
is
name
like,
is
is like born to be a chess player.
it's unbelievable. I do believe there was a UFC fighter. Gonna get the name slightly wrong. I think he was Thai, and his name was like Fast Fist.
No idea.
Something like that. I remember seeing this on the internet at some point. If anyone can fact check me on that. Forget the name. I think I'm messing up the joke slightly, but something along those lines. Defending the 3-4 in the big blind. It's just getting one of those dream flops. Jack 3-4 rainbow. There's a urologist named Dr. Dick Chop.
There's definitely not.
I don't know. I could see it.
I've actually Googled it. There's a neurologist named Russell Brain.
Russell Brain, that's a good one. So does Dylan go for the check raise for value or just opt for the check call on such a dry board? Now, bottom 2 pair does tend to be the #1 check raising candidate of any hand. Very clearly in the value category and needs more protection than other forms of 2 pair. But on a board this dry, do you think you can kind of opt for both options? Does opt for the check raise. Makes it 31 total. Now, have I told you about my poker anime idea?
You have not.
Okay, so I've spent some time working on this on and off over the years. I even wrote a couple of chapters for like what would be an opening episode. And it's basically, there's a lot of sports anime, including Ace of the Diamond, a baseball anime that Mr. Guy and I love. And there's basketball, and there's even Go, and I heard that they're working on a chess one, and shogi, you know, all these kind of sports adjacent anime. To me, poker seems like a no-brainer because all of those animes are sort of like you end up in a tournament environment a lot, and there's a lot of side characters that are like the regs, you know. I think poker is like filled with so many fun characters in real life that it'd be pretty easy to do it. So my protagonist name is Max Value.
Yep.
And yeah, I've come up with a bunch of ridiculous sort of anime-ified villain characters. There's a guy, so I do feel like in Japanese media, Americans are always presented as like red, white, and blue bald eagle tank top. They're always super jacked for some reason, you know? So I had an idea for like a circuit crusher whose name is Johnny America. and he's like, you know, he seems like an idiot and whatever. He's like a meathead, and that the main character Max Value would lose heads up to him in a circuit main event in the first season and kind of learn a harsh lesson that like the whole thing is an act. The dude's like an actual super crusher. He's like a mega GTO wizard, and you know.
Yeah, we've got a few of those guys that play here at Play Live.
Yeah, there's some people that do kind of play the.
There's a whole shtick, and then you see them, they win every tournament, or they're always winning tournaments, and it's like, how are you doing this?
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, oh, I've fallen into your trap.
Yep, I'm falling for the shtick. My old coach, shout outs to Mr. Ryan Lang, used to wear a Hawaiian shirt, a bathing suit, and flip flops to every single WSOP event to try and look like a middle-aged recreational guy, especially as he started to get older. I think once he won 2 bracelets in 2 summers and got heads up in the 50K Players Championship, it stopped working. But for many years, he did that. And it worked, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he just looks like a guy who's there to punt it off when he dresses like that. And he is quite an aggressive player, so kind of feeds into the image. Obviously, he is a super mega crusher with millions in earnings.
Yeah.
2 bracelets, heads up finish in the 50K Players Championship, and I believe 4 circuit rings. So, few achievements under his belt, Mr. Lang. One of the nicest people in poker as well. He did get married last year. I was lucky enough to be able to attend that wedding with quite a few known poker faces. Some people I'm sure you'd remember from your time in Vegas. It was a gorgeous wedding. Oh my God, the venue was unbelievable. Been told I'm not allowed to say the name because they're like trying to gatekeep it for some of their friends to also get married there. But it was out in rural Oregon. Never been to the Pacific Northwest before. It was really nice, man.
Me either.
I really recommend it, honestly. It's some year, take the kids when they're a little older, do a PNW trip. It's amazing up there.
It does look good in the photos.
Yeah. Super nice people as well. Dylan here with bottom set. Quite a safe board.
Actually, we've got to get both of them have a gut shot.
Yeah, 2 gutters about, so might even get some customers. Provided that he can hold, this is the dream spot when you have a set. John is coming along with the 7-8. Andrew Pang does put the ace-6 in the bin. So it is a bet and a call here on the turn. 8,000 and a call. The river is a 10 of clubs. So not much changes. 7-8, very bluffable hand. Not going to work here
Could be the nut low.
against the set. Yeah.
3-7.
Shout outs to Patty Russell in the chat. If you guys have other cool names, actors, athletes, poker players, chess players, whatever you got, drop them in the chat. I think Cena Move Ahead is definitely going to be the current GOAT. What did you call it? It's an aptonym?
An aptonym, yeah. Name that fits your personality or your...
Yeah, your profession, your whatever. An app name for you, so...
Chuck Long is still pretty high up there as well.
Chuck Long, Chris Moneymaker, and Cena Move Ahead currently in the S tier. Go to college football names in the U.S. There's some crazy ones. Okay, college football.
Like current ones, yeah.
The antagonist name should be Adam Burke. Maybe I'll drop a Berkey in my anime.
Chuck Long was actually the runner-up in the Heisman Trophy to someone named Bo Jackson. Never heard of him.
Never heard of him. Famously not a very talented athlete.
Did he ever play ice hockey? No. So
Yeah, can only play all the sports on land. What a loser. Heisman winner. Baseball player.
yeah,
Basketball as well, if I'm not mistaken.
not professional, I don't think.
Yeah.
Dude person, yeah.
I heard he may have bowled a 300 as well. I saw that on the internet once. Not sure if that's true. That feels like one of those things that could be true and could just be one of those things people say. But famously an absolute freak athlete. Had multiple professional offers in different sports. Where do you find the time, man? Meanwhile, LeBron and Michael Jordan both famously getting cut from their high school teams.
Yeah, LeBron, American football tight end.
LeBron James, the
And,
legendary tight end.
And Michael Jordan, baseballer.
I'll tell you my favorite tight end in the history of the college football leagues. That would be Mr. Alex Foxen.
Really?
Did you know that?
I don't know. I thought you were going to say your housemate at John Hopkins.
Yeah, he played offensive line. He
Offensive
actually
line, all right,
he did play a little bit of tight end as well, I will say. Shout outs to Mr. Luke Hutkin. He is currently in Medellin, Colombia. And I texted him and I said,
Medellin.
how is your vacation? And he sent me a video of him salsa dancing in the street with a bunch of people. He took salsa classes for a while to impress an old girlfriend.
Yep.
Unsuccessfully. Yeah, it was him salsa dancing with people in the street. And he responded, I'm so drunk. This is the most fun I've ever had. We should totally go to Colombia. So I think that's been added to my travel list.
I had a Colombian au pair, and she always messages us and says, come to Colombia.
Maybe we should make a trip out of it.
I think she's from Bogota, but...
I've heard Bogota also an amazing city. Famous for startups, funny enough. Quite a big startup culture in Bogota. General Booty is a college quarterback.
Yep.
Is that real?
Yep, that's real. That's a nickname. I'm pretty sure it's a nickname.
Xmas Jackson Flaxen Waxen. Lori Agar asks, Bridges, did you build bridges in a past life?
No idea. There is a story.
Rowdy Beers.
But it's got nothing to do with building bridges. Not a nickname. Apparently, General Booty is his real name.
I like Rowdy Beers as well. I know this doesn't count because it doesn't have anything to do with swimming directly, but I will say Michael Phelps really does sound like a swimmer name for some reason. Not sure what about it exactly, but I ran into him a few times in college. Baltimore local. Ran into him at Party City shopping for Halloween decorations when I was 18 years old. He did look like he was a bit stoned, which I've heard he is a bit famous
Really?
for liking the reefer.
Well, when you won that many gold medals, you can do it. Actually, not whilst winning gold medals. But
Yes, once you're
now
done, yes. I imagine while the swimming was happening, probably was taking care of his lungs. But
I actually, in Vegas one time, I went to an apartment. One of my friends was staying at the old Palms place when
shout outs to Palms, man.
when the WSOP was at the Rio, and I walked through the what do they call it, where the cars pull up at the valet. I walked through the valet, and I saw this small African-American man just standing there by himself, and then a bunch of Hummers and a bunch of hangers-on sort of standing over to the side. And I walked past him, I went, that guy looks familiar, and I walked upstairs, and I was like, tell this story to John, my friend that was staying there at the Palms place, and he goes, oh yeah, it's Floyd Mayweather. I'm just like, when I tell this story, everyone I know is like big into martial arts and boxing and whatever like that, and I'm a complete airhead when it comes to that sort of a thing. And it's just like I just walked straight past the guy. And I was like, oh, this is like tiny little black dude.
Did he look like he might be famous? You know,
Yeah, like he was just like just standing there, and I was just like, oh,
I mean, he's standing in the super fancy valet, so obviously you assume he's rich no matter what. But
right, and I was like, he looks familiar, but I have no idea, so I just kept walking. And it's like people, their whole life can't get that close to him, and I just walked straight past. I just walked straight past him.
That must be one of the most desired autographs in the world, right?
Cleveland Johnson asks, has it hit the 150K guarantee? Yes, it has. It's almost at 200.
Yeah, we are pushing 200K.
197,500 with 6 minutes left in registration.
So we're 20 minutes delayed. Bridges was pulling that up on his phone to get some more up-to-the-minute data. Don't tell me how many runners, though. I don't want to. I'm not going to do the math. I'm not a wizard like that. So I do want to sweat the line. I think my under is looking like a winner, but it's going to be close. Storm Duck, defensive back for Arkansas.
Should have played for Oregon.
Yeah, let's go Ducks. But yeah, we will not get the prize calculations and the payouts until tomorrow. We will be back for mini main day 2 tomorrow. We'll be streaming that probably after the first break. But given the size of the field, we might even wait till the second break, just so that the stream isn't a gazillion billion hours long. Those do famously go quite late. But we're starting at 1 p.m. tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we're coming back at 1 p.m. Main event is starting at 2 o'clock. If anyone wants to come down and get a part of that 300K guarantee.
Main event tomorrow. It's the big one. 1B. It's the last flight. So come get after it. Come play the main. Nathaniel Hutton, I asked him, how do you think you're going to do in this main event? And he looked at me like I was joking. And he said, of course, I am going to win. He is obviously
has form, so
is the current defending main event champion and the first ever Melbourne Millions main event champion. Couldn't have gone to a nicer guy, and also a mega crusher.
Yep, taking home the gold spade. So
how sick is that trophy?
Not only going to be a few of those on offer every year, and this is your chance to get one.
So you want to win a gold spade, and you want to win the main. Tomorrow's the day to do it. You can register on day 2, but only if you have played one of the day 1 flights. Is that correct, Mr. Bridges?
That is correct. So registration is open for the first 9 levels, and then re-entry is still open until the end of level 13, which is the first level of day 2.
You heard it here, folks. Main event tomorrow. That's the big one. Don't want to miss it. Come on down. Phil in the chat saying, did Phelps play poker for a while? He is a very active poker player still now. Plays in a home game in Baltimore that I actually used to play in. Heard the stakes have gotten quite a bit bigger since my time. Greg Merson used to play in that game as well. A lot of Baltimore legends. Chase Bianchi, main event final tableist, also played in that, as well as a bunch of friends of mine. That's kind of how I got my start in poker. And where I learned about crypto quite early. So shout outs to that one random guy who drove the Tesla way before that was a thing. Told me about Ethereum. God bless that man. I believe it was $70 per Ethereum at the time.
I don't want to tell about my crypto stories.
You got some heartbreakers?
Yeah, when I won the Aussie Millions ring, I put 10K into Bitcoin and then converted it to some trash 0.001 cent per coin.
Oh man!
On the advice of our friend Richard Term, and it went to 0, whilst Bitcoin went to the moon.
So how much? What was Bitcoin at the time? It was like 2K, right? So
I bought, it was 5K Australian. I think I paid 10K Australian for
2 Bitcoin. So you'd be looking at 200 to 300K now.
Yep.
Probably one of the few times Richard's gonna steer you wrong with crypto advice, especially.
I'll I'll forgive him infinitely more times, but I'll forgive him this time.
Yeah, that one for sure.
Winston Glasses Motors join the table.
I just noticed that. He really does look quite smart when he's got his glasses on, you know? Looks like he could do your taxes and teach your tax accounting class all at the same time. Winston is studying to be an actuary.
Actuary?
Actuary. That's good. That's a good joke.
I'm a dad.
That's a good dad joke. I gotta say, as you know, I'm normally one to give you shit about the dad jokes. That one's a winner.
Thanks.
Straight into your tight five. You ever think about working on a tight five?
I do not. I'm very busy.
That's reasonable. I have said at some point here in Melbourne, I will have to do stand-up comedy again. For those who do not know, I used to do stand-up.
Pasquale with another premium.
How does he do it?
That hand is not a jam.
Just flats the jacks, though, against the +2 open.
Yeah, the big blind is short.
You know, maybe he was trying to induce a jam there.
Yeah, never mind. Just flop.
Who cares?
Flop top set versus
And
the
now-
flush draw, and now it's going to go in.
And taking the flat approach might just win Pasquale the maximum here. If he did
Or
three
it gets
bet,
called.
yeah, or yeah, or the flush comes in and he takes the max pain. But if he did 3-bet pre, good chance Dylan was folding. He is double checking. Do I really have the nuts and the jack of clubs? Holy crap, I do. You would obviously remember this because you were there. But I've told this story a couple times on the stream of my hottest run of cards ever. In the accumulator, back at the Aussie Millions, I bluffed it off to my housemate, Mr. Luke Martinelli. Had 9 big blinds. You went to get me a water because you could tell I was quite tilted and I needed a break. And you were like, I'll go get your water or something. I was like, oh, thanks. By the time you came back, I had 120 big blinds. I think you only missed 5 hands. It was not a long journey.
Yeah.
I got all in every single hand pre-flop.
I was the defending champ that year.
You were indeed.
On the rail.
Almost did the back-to-back for the boys. A narrow miss.
Third place.
Third place finish, and
Is this when you made the royal flush?
that is when I made a royal flush.
That's
First ever royal flush. Made it on the feature table, final table, to cooler a flush for a full double. I jumped off the stage and Bridges caught me in midair.
and I knew you had it. I'm pretty
You
sure I was
did.
standing behind you while you looked at your cards. So I'm just like trying to play it so cool. And then did you jam or he jammed?
I jammed river. He bet river and I jammed.
Yeah. I think he didn't insta call.
He didn't. He actually
then
considered folding.
He considered folding, and then when he finally said call, like you hadn't even turned your cards over, but since I knew you had a royal flush, like I was celebrating. I was like, yes, let's go, or whatever, and like people didn't know what was happening.
I'm normally not one for the theatrics, especially shout out to Toby Joyce, friend of mine. Also has played at Play Live a few times. Lovely person, an amazing poker player. So coolering my friend on the final table, not normally the spot where I pop off, but when you make a royal in that spot, I tabled my hand, screamed, I was like, ah! Like, just jumped off the stage. I do believe we were mic'd up at the time, and my mic went flying.
Oh man!
And they were pissed off. The production people were not happy. Now that I'm on the other end of the table, I feel particularly guilty about that one. Probably the most exciting moment of my whole life. I can say that because I'm not married and don't have children, so I don't have to make the caveat.
Political.
Yeah.
Lord Agar is asking, is Theo G the OG out there in the field? And I have seen him here today. So
Not only is he out there, I went over to his table because he won one of the flips to let him know that he won.
Yes.
And he had a metric crap ton of chips. He just had a tower on top of a tower.
let's go.
Theo has just been on a tear. He's won
600s are his jam.
It's crazy, right? 3 out of 4 600 Sundays in a row, like, you know,
And fifth in the one
and
that he
fifth
didn't win.
in the one that he didn't win. So 4 consecutive final tables and 3 wins in 4 attempts. That is a streak that may never be broken.
Theo is so goated, man. How'd you find that bloke? He found us.
He did find us. We do love him. Unbelievably nice person, too. Great to have at the table. And John Pasquale just gets the Miracle Deuce to lock it up completely. And I think it's quite an innocuous looking card. Double flush draw as well.
Gets the fold.
Does just get it through. He's not going to be super stoked about that. So a nice fold there with the Queen 9 suited. Saving himself a bet. 1.5K, 3K with a 3K big blind ante. Getting close to the end of registration here. In real life, registration is over. In stream world, we're 20 minutes behind. So I do think the under... Did I win? Did I win my bet?
Give me 1 second.
Should we give a little future spoilers for the stream?
We are locked out at 163, which is $199,500.
Oh,
we fell
we were
one short of the
one
200K.
entrance short of 200K on the nose. So 199.5 is the total. Pretty sweet. Huge field. So what is that going to be like? 40K for first? 50K
Yeah,
for
40,
first?
40, 45.
40, 45K for first?
Depends on how many people double bag.
Yan Win opening up the 10-7 suited in the hijack here. Ace-9 and diamonds in the cutoff. 21 bigs. Do think you can play this a variety of ways. Could see some calls. Could see some jams. Could see some 3-bets to not all in as well. I think all options are somewhat reasonable. Does just opt for a call.
Yes, if he could pre-buy and then puts it in.
He's confirming that he can, in fact, max late red rebuy. So it does flick it in. Has a short stack. Wants to either spin it up and get lucky or get back in for a full 50K stack. Yeah, it won't be quite 25%, Phil. That's generally a bit too top heavy. It's going to be more in like the 20% range. So Winston in glasses mode. Does jam the ace-3 of hearts and gets the best hand to fold. And now it's going to get it in good. So getting rewarded for his aggression here. Let's see if he can hold. King, queen, deuce, rainbow. Repeat queen is going to need a 9, 10, or a jack, and a 4 on the river. Ace high is going to hold. Winston chipping up almost 100K now. It's going to send Alex straight to the rebuy line. And we are going to send ourselves straight to a 15-minute break. Do not go anywhere. We are going to return right after with more Grand Prix action. You got myself, Josh Abity, and my co-founder and co-owner, Bridges Rowe, here in the booth. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 15. Grab a drink, check your posture, eat some snacks. We'll see you very, very soon.
Stop guessing and start studying like a professional. Welcome to the Vault at Octopi Poker. The Vault offers powerful study tools and data drawn from real tournaments. We've cataloged the action from the highest stakes arenas including Triton, the WSOP, and PLAYLIVE. This isn't just a library of random solves. It's a curated archive of the most pivotal hands played at the world's most prestigious final tables. These are the hands that define careers. For these hands, we've provided comprehensive pre-flop and post-flop simulations. You can see exactly how the world's best navigated these high-pressure spots. Compare the actual play against the theoretical GTO baseline. Analyze the frequencies, the sizing, and the EV of every action taken under the brightest lights. Studying the Vault allows you to move beyond abstract theory and see how poker is actually won at the highest level. Boost your edge by studying reality, not just theory. Sign up today at Octopipoker.ai. I'll see you inside.
We are back live on a 20-minute delay. Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch here at Play Live Melbourne, 129 York Street in South Melbourne. If you haven't done it already, you've heard me say it. Click like on the stream if you're on Facebook or on YouTube. Give us a follow on Twitch. It is free 99, the greatest price in the world. Does not cost you a cent. Only costs you one mouse click. And it helps us more than I can possibly convey. Trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. We are so close. We're at 900 and something. Help us get over the line, huh? That would be awesome. I am solo dolo in the booth. All by myself. Bridges did have to go home. He does have a babysitter for his 3 lovely, beautiful children. I miss those kids, man. Not enough uncle time for Uncle Josh lately. Been so busy with the series. But he did head home to go do the dad thing. So you're going to have me yap it into the ether for the next 2 hours. So come keep me entertained in the chat. If you have any burning questions, any funny names of aptonyms, a new word that we all learned together today. Shout outs to Bridges for that one. Cena move ahead. Still in the GOAT column there. So registration is closed now. I think it says 160. I do believe the final number was 163. So that is going to creep up. 199, 500. So one entrant off of a $200,000 prize pool. Pretty awesome. Here in the mini main. What a spot here. First hand back. Andrew Peng opens it up. Ace-9 suited. +2. With off 14 total bigs. And a jam here from Winston covering with the king-queen suited. Think that's pretty standard. Don't expect this to be a raise fold. Dylan with a pocket pair. Bit of an interesting spot here in the big blind. Does cover both opponents. But I do think against an early position open and then the jam for quite a bit more from the button. The 3s are just going to go in the bin. You probably want at least 7s or 8s there to continue. Oh, and Andrew does opt for the raise fold. This is an example of why this jam from the king-queen suited is so well done from Winston. Did get the best hand to fold. Takes his good properties. King-queen, very relevant blockers. And when called, you still have good equity against hands like the ace-9. But does get the best hand to fold. That tends to be a sign of a pre-flop play well executed. Coming back in from break. Come one, come all. Join me. Come hang. Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Going to be calling the action till the end of the night. We're going to have 2 more hours together. Till they bag on up. And we will restart tomorrow. Going to be after the first break, most likely. Might be as early as 1:20, but it might be one break later than that, right around 3 p.m. So we will let you know. So we have an open here from Glasses Mode Winston. Queen 10 in the cutoff. He's chipping up. Seeing if he can start continuing that trend. Ace-5 suited here for Pasquale in the big blind. Now, this is a hand that stereotypically gets 3-bet a lot. At these stack depths, I've learned this recently. Shout out to Mr. Luke Martinelli for teaching me this one. Do you want to opt for a call? And he does do that. And the reason is you don't want to 3-bet, get jammed on, and then have to fold such a nice hand. And if you do get 4-bet jammed on, the ace-5 suited is going into the bin. So the logic that the pros are working with these days, thanks to the solver, is that instead we'll take a hand like ace-5 off, turn that into a 3-bet bluff, where we're very happy to give up when jammed on. Our hand is not even close to good. And take the ace-5 suited and just play that as a call. Try and realize our equity post-flop. Open-ended here for Winston. Opts for the C-bet, which I think is pretty standard. Opts for a very small sizing for such a wet texture. I think I might like a bit of a bigger sizing here, but he does have kind of an awkward stack depth where he might think that geometrically, if he wants to go bet, he's better off starting small. And the small bet is going to get it done against the ace high. So if ace high is folding to like a 1/4 pot C bet, then that makes that bet very, very attractive. For those familiar with the minimum defense frequency, simple version of that concept is basically the smaller that you bet, the more often your opponent needs to continue. So if you're betting small and a hand like ace high is folding, then generally that means that bet's very effective. You will see the computer continue with all kinds of stuff against 1/4 pot bets. And look at this. We have a new warrior at the table, Max Late Reg, Mr. Sean Ragazzini. He has won 2 trophies this series in the PLO and the 2K Super Stack, as well as a heads-up finish in another event. So he's going to be our unofficial player of the series. I do think we're going to start running some more official player of the series type structures for future series coming up and for next year's Melbourne Millions. Our 1-year anniversary is coming up in April. We're going to do some special birthday Play Live Turns 1 kind of mini series type events then, but nothing too crazy. Our next full series is going to be our Winter Championship in June, beginning June 11th. That, outside of our Melbourne Millions last year, was by far our biggest series. I do think we're aiming to kind of repeat that. So we'll have kind of summer as our linchpin. The Melbourne Millions, obviously, that's our flagship. That's the big dog. And winter is going to be our secondary big dog during the World Series of Poker times. So for everyone staying here in the great nation of Australia, have something juicy for you guys to play. Come hang with me in the chat. Say what's up. I'm alone for the rest of the night, so it's me and you, chat. Don't let me be lonely here in the booth. Winston with the Queen 7-0. Looked like he was considering doing something kind of naughty there. Nitton with 5 bigs, King Jack, and that's going to go right in the middle. Jack 9 suited in the cutoff. That's going to be an awkward one against a 5 big blind jam. If you were in the big blind completing the action, probably would be a pretty standard call. I do think with 3 players still behind is just going to go in the bin. 9-8's going to be an easy fold from Pasquale. And here's a weird one. Yan Win with a pair in the small blind. Deuces is a funny one because it flips against basically every hand. But every once in a while you do run into a hand that contains a deuce and then you're crushing. So it's still decent. Andrew Pang, 6-4-0. That's not going to be the hand to do it with. Oh, how about this in the Twitch chat? Thanks for being great second monitor content while I grind Slay the Spire 2. Shoutouts to you, X Omni. How awesome is Slay the Spire 2? For those unfamiliar with Slay the Spire, roguelike deck builder, kind of the iconic game in the genre. Huge fan of the game, as is my housemate and a few other friends of ours. The sequel just came out after years and years and years of waiting, and it has just been awesome. I have been so sad that I haven't had a chance to play. I've played 0 runs because of how busy we've been with the Grand Prix Series, but I have watched a bunch of runs at night, and I do plan on jumping straight into the Slay the Spire streets second the series ends and I get a bit of downtime. Shoutouts to you for getting me on the second monitor. I do aspire to be premium background content. I know lots of folks have been sending me private messages. They have me up on their TV. I know we're being watched in Canberra and Sydney and WA in the Northern Territories up there in Darwin. Shoutouts to everyone in all those places. I do believe there's some poker games going around Australia where we're on their television as well. I know usually the commentary is muted because you got people playing poker, but shoutouts to all you guys have us on. So grateful for how popular the stream has become so quickly. We made Twitch affiliate and YouTube partner in 3 days during the Melbourne Millions. Actually glitched out our account by hitting those milestones so quickly. That was a pretty amazing feeling. So shout outs to you guys. If you want to help support the stream, you can do so for absolutely free by hitting the like button, dropping comments in the chat, and most helpful of all is if you share it with your friends so we can get it going far and wide. Are trying to become the #1 poker stream in Australia and eventually in the whole wide world. Yan Win opting for the open jam with the ace-10. Looks like a huge jam, but all the players behind him in the blinds are quite short, so it's very standard. Vadim wakes up with the absolute cooler. So if he can hold, he'll get himself back to start stack here. This is an important one. If you're Yan Win, you definitely want to win these. I want a 10 in the window. It's going to need a king or a jack. Repeat queen, and that is a brutal beat. Vadim cannot hold with the ace king. That is a nice one to win if you're Yan Win. Eliminate a player while registration is closed and cross the 200K mark. So he had 2 big blinds. He had 3.5K. And he is now up to 200,000. Chip leader on the table, and I would recommend, I would reckon one of the chip leaders in this flight as well overall. So that's got to feel pretty damn good. You got Gabe in the dealer box. Gabe, a man of many talents. Hell of a dealer. Also, many other hobbies and interests, a few of which we passionately share. Got a lot of really talented people here at PlayLive. We got musicians. For anyone who's seen Tiger directing a tournament on the floor, has the voice of an angel. I mean that very seriously. An unbelievably talented singer. We got Howie as well. You'll see him dealing on the stream periodically. Talented musician as well, and a tennis player. I've heard he's an unbelievable tennis player. We've been meaning to get a game for a while. Nitin opening it up here with the King 10-0. Opts for not a jam. I do think with 7 big blinds, I know people like to get tricky with these min raises off these shorter stacks. 7 is just going to be too few because you're always calling off anyway, pricing yourself in. So do think a jam is just going to be your best path forward. Gets ISO'd by Dylan here with the Queen Jack suited. They will likely be getting it all in pre together. And it'll be off to the races. Oh, hello. Ace Jack from Sean Ragazzini. This is a tough spot for him. Yeah, he's going to look to get a count of both players' stacks and assess the situation. The min raise off 7 big blinds, depending on the player, that can look very suspicious. Sometimes that looks like exactly pocket aces. There are some people that do that where they're jamming every hand except for aces. You do have a blocker to aces. Don't know if he knows much about Nitin's game. And then the isolation, both from early position as well. So you're not loving life with the ace jack of Sean Ragazzini, but it is quite a strong hand. You do have 11 bigs. Do you think you can jam it in? If he folds, I would say that's probably going to be on the exploitative side. He does opt for the fold. Very difficult spot if you're Ragazzini there. I'll definitely try and pick his brain about that later in the evening. See if we can get a little bit of intel. And he does opt for the raise fold with the King 10. That I do not like. If you think about it, once you've put 2 big blinds in and you get jammed on effectively, you are paying 5.3 big blinds to win 7.3 times 2. It's 14.6 plus another 2.5 bigs from the blinds and antes. So it's going to be 5 big blinds to win 17 big blinds. With King 10-0, you are going to get a direct price to call. Even if they turned over their hand and showed you pocket queens, you would be easily getting the price to call. So once you've committed 2 out of your 7 bigs, you've pretty much committed yourself entirely. And that is why I prefer just the jam. When is the Winter Poker Series? The schedule's coming out soon. We're just finalizing some of the structures. The save the dates are already up on Instagram. That is pinned on our Instagram profile if you want to check it out. It is June 11th that series kicks off. It's currently planning on running to the 22nd, but we're actually thinking about expanding that out a little bit further. Winter Series was huge last year, so trying to pump some big numbers there. Pretty excited. We'll run through my birthday weekend. I will not be here, though. I'll be at a wedding in Toronto, Canada. Queen 7 suited in the small... Queen 7 off, excuse me, in the small blind here with 10 bigs. Blind versus blind. He's going to just jam the queen high. Only one player to get through. It's going to mostly just get right through. And against the 9-5-0, is going to get the jam through. Winston tanking. Doing a little bit of Hollywood here. Don't think he's ever calling. Oh, my apologies. Ragazzini has opted for just the limp strategy, blind on blind, which is the other way you can go with this. Seems like he's valuing his tournament life quite highly here, avoiding the high variance scenarios. Does flop a pair. Winston does opt for the check back, which I think is standard with the 9-5. He's going to take a stab at it. Basically trying to fold out over cards. 10 queen, king high type hands that have the lead, or even just other random cards with equity. But with middle pair and backdoor spades, Ragazzini's loving life here. King on the turn, not the best card if you're Sean Ragazzini. Let's see, does Winston continue to barrel here with the pure airball bluff? These blind versus blind scenarios are so complicated that this honestly could be theoretically sound, but nope, does wave the white flag. 2 pair for Ragazzini on the river. That's pretty much the effect of nuts. Now the question for him is going to be, do you want to value bet? Or do you want to check? Give your opponent some rope to keep bluffing if you think that is what they are doing. It's going to be assessing Winston's range here. What's checking back pre-flop? How many Queen X and King X hands he has that he can target for value. And look at this. We have another new challenger at the table. Damon. D squared. Another Play Live legend. 14,000 here from Ragazzini. So it's about 3/4 pot. It's going to go straight in the bin for Winston Tan. Has no fold equity, so nothing to do here but give up. That is going to be a small pot going Ragazzini's way when you're short. Those are nice ones to win. Yeah, Damon coming in the 8th seat next to Ragazzini. Had a deep run in the Melbourne Millions main event. One of the absolute nicest people in poker. Lovely, lovely man. Easy guy to root for on the stream. And a stream favorite, D squared. Damon, real name. So I've been told. Pretty cool. That's got to be one of the better names in Australian poker. So, okay, we were doing cool names, athletes, famous poker pros, things like that. What about here in Australia? Matt, Damon. Do we have any cool names here in the Australian poker scene? Lachlan Crilly is going to be up there for me. I don't know why. I just think Crilly's a... First of all, shout outs to Crilly. Great player. Awesome guy. I do think that's just kind of a cool name for a poker pro. It's no Damon, but yeah, the Winter Series begins June 11th. Look out for the structures coming there soon. Should be a fun one. A jam here from Andrew Pang. 38K, just under 10 big blinds. Very reasonable, disciplined folds from the King 8 suited and the Queen Jack. Tung Nguyen with pocket nines. Not going anywhere, but straight into the middle. Checks a couple of times. Getting a count. Just making sure he's not hallucinating. Seeing how much he'll have left behind, but this is going to be a very standard call with the pocket nines, and he's going to get the good news. Currently 70-30 favorite. The equity calculator a little bit messed up on stream here for some reason. Not sure why. But make no mistake, nine's a massive favorite against the ace-5. Flops a full house, going to need an ace and an ace only, and that is not going to do it. The nines are going to hold. That is Andrew Pang out of the tournament. GG's to him. Tung Nguyen. The rich get richer. Damon with a decent stack as well. So we got one quite short stack here in Nitin. Sean Ragazzini with a bit above starting. Do believe that was a max late registration. And we got quite a few bigger stacks. 60 players remaining out of 100. It says 161. I do believe the number was 163, but I'll have to fact check that. Not looking at my phone right now, but either way. It's because an ace was dead, I believe. Yeah, but that would make the equity even more in Nine's favor. It was saying it was a flip. I'm going to go ahead and call that one. The robots are not ready to take over just yet. Do you think AI is coming for all of our jobs? But some jobs still here to stay for the foreseeable future. Dylan folded a 10. Oh, he did. He would have had quads. Saw 80-20. Yeah, once the flop came, it seemed like it adjusted itself. I don't know what the deal was there. Pocket sevens here, opening it up. And look at this. Jacks for Damon. And kings for Tung Nguyen. Oh my god. What a setup. So is he going to flat here and try and trap? Or is he just going to come in for the cold 4-bet? Do you think from the small blind, you'll get credit for having some bluffs with the cold 4-bet? There's some spots where you're just kind of admitting you have it. In the small blind, could feasibly represent some hands weaker than kings, which will make kings want to be played more straight up as a raise and less trappy. Yeah, Dylan did fold quads. Last hand, folded a 10 pre-flop. Would have flopped the joint. But if we all had future sight, I don't think poker would be the game. I think you could go to the casino if you could see just a little bit into the future and go make yourself some money playing roulette or blackjack or whatever you like. Shout outs to that Nicolas Cage movie, Next. Great, terrible movie. You can see mildly into the future. Does opt for the 4-bet here. Quite a big sizing. Damon finds the jam. Don't blame him. I think this is quite standard. This is just going to be a cooler. And we're going to need a jack for Damon. Or, oh, and it's a king in the window. Hello. Always a sweat. A 10 will do it. He has 4 outs. It looks like a 10, but it is not. It's a 9. King's full. Tung Nguyen. Back-to-back knockouts. And that is GG's for Matt, Damon. The D squared himself. Heading to the rail. Very unlucky. Tournament poker does go that way sometimes. Had a decent stack. Then you take one bad beat, and that's it. Straight to the rail with you. But I do expect we'll see him back tomorrow for the main event. Tomorrow is our last flight of the main event, so if you want to get in the mix, tomorrow's the day. What does Damon's hairdresser do for a living? Banger. Shout out to Yeet Machine. Now, is a yeet machine, is that just like a catapult? It's just a machine that yeets things, right? One's in chat, if you guys remember, trebuchet memes. I want to see how much my millennial is showing. One of the all-time great meme formats, in my opinion. Ragazzini here with pocket 4s. Can jam. Can also just come in for a min raise. Oh, it says fold, but I did see him put chips in the middle. I do believe that's going to be a small error on the part of the stream operator. Shame on you, God. Yep, so it was actually Ragazzini that opened it up and Winston that folded. I do believe that's going to be a min raise from Sean. We'll come back around and I'll call this action live. Oh, having a couple of small issues here. Sorry about that, folks. But he does get it through. Raising it up, taking it down. So Sean Ragazzini showing off true professionalism. Max late reg into avoiding all high variance scenarios and just kind of taking the spots where he can, trying to go post flop as often as possible. I do think when you're one of the strongest players in the field, that's a pretty logical approach. you have to imagine that every time you get post flop, you have an advantage over your opponents. Oh, and look at this. This is a fascinating open from Sean Ragazzini. Queen 7 suited +1. Definitely not going to be in your standard pre-flop open charts. But I actually do remember chatting with Sean about this. He likes to mix in these specific hands as min raises when he's on these stack depths where he's mixing min raises and jams as a balancing tool to balance out his really nutted hands. I think this is a spot he would have extremely well studied. So I couldn't tell you exactly what those hands are, but I'm going to guess Queen 7 suited's going in there. It feels like one of those solvery hands. The King 6-0 and the King 6 suited, famously the solver hand that Mr. Berkey and I like to make fun of here in the booth. Got the defend from the Queen 10. Ace Deuce 8, 2 spades. Queen 10 with some backdoors. But nothing really for both players. Pasquale does check and flow. Does Ragazzini c-bet this? If he's c-betting this, that means he's pretty much just c-betting this board texture with 100% of hands. He does opt for a continuation bet. Let's see if it gets it done. Awkward spot if you're Pasquale. You have quite a bit of equity, so you're tempted to not fold, but yeah, with your opponent so short, feels like he's just going to be jamming the turn very often. I'm going to have to just give up then, so... The pro's doing the pro thing. Sean Ragazzini opening it up with a hand on the looser side. C-betting the board that favors his range and getting the best hand to fold. If that's not the definition of Daniel Negreanu's small ball poker, I don't know what is. In addition to being a many-time Play Live champion, Mr. Ragazzini, 600 Sunday winner, 2-time champ here at the Grand Prix Series, so he's going to take a couple spades home to his place. Sean also a handsome devil and a great friend and a former 11th place finisher in the WSOP main event, which is pretty insane. He's quite modest about that one, but it was an unbelievable run. Opening up here with the King 9 suited. I do remember I was not involved in poker anymore at the time. I'd retired from being a professional player and switched to tech startup life. Obviously, startups brought me all the way full circle back around into poker in the last few years. But it was maybe 4 in the morning. I was living in New York at the time, watching Sean in my basement, packing an air mattress into a suitcase to take a red-eye flight in case he made the final table. I was going to just not sleep and just go straight to Vegas. Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be on the rail for one of your boys at the main event final table, no doubt. But he did ultimately end up busting in 11th, and I fell asleep in my chair at my desk at 5 in the morning. Gets a defend here from the Jack 6. Jack 8-8, 2 clubs. Does opt for a c-bet, so Sean showing that he's taking a very aggressive approach. Just barreling a lot of boards. But not going to work here against the top pair. And Win does opt for the check raise here. Wonder what Ragazzini's thinking about. He's a player who likes to take his time, very thoughtful. Obviously has an extremely deep understanding of poker, so a lot going on in that noggin up there. Does just opt for the standard fold, though. So this is the other end. Mr. Luke Martinelli and I talk about this a lot. There's a lot of invisible ways to run good and run bad in poker. I think one of the classic examples is when you are opening a lot of hands as a professional player, c-betting a lot of flops. When you happen to run into the weak part of people's ranges very consistently throughout the day, and your opens are getting through and your c-bets are getting through, you really just start to chip up really effortlessly. So that's quite an invisible form of run good. And on the opposite end, when you keep c-betting and they just have top pair every time, sort of invisible form of run bad. That is very common. We'll keep an eye on Ragazzini's stack throughout the day. Winston counting out his chips here. Nitin 2.8 bigs. He is waiting for a hand to jam. Has basically no fold equity. He's going to have to do it before the big blind comes around where he pays the big blind and the big blind ante. But for now, has quite a few hands where he can wait. So he's going to look for something a little bit better than the Jack 5 suited. I think that's reasonable. King Jack here on the button for Pasquale. He'll be opening this one up for sure. 55 players remaining. 161 in today's flight. I believe there was 128 in the first flight and 98 in the second flight this morning. So that 128 and 98 and 161. Anyone to do that math for me? 128, 98, and 161. You know what? I can do 200,000 divided by 500. That's 400 runners. So 399 runners. And look at this. The bullets. Pocket rockets for Sean Ragazzini in the big blind. He's deciding whether he wants to jam or just defend. And he takes the greedy route, which I love with the aces in the big blind. He's representing such a wide range of hands here. Gonna give King Jack the opportunity to bluff it off. And this is gonna be a great example. 963 Rainbow. Just gets a jam out of the King Jack. Snaps it off with the aces. And this is expertly navigated by Mr. Sean Ragazzini. Oh, always a sweat though. It's never easy. Oh, it looked suspicious, but the aces are gonna hold there. Did have outs to a queen for runner, backdoor straight. That is a classic example of why aces is such an appealing hand to just defend in that spot in the big blind. Because if he jams, maybe the King Jack calls for 10 big blinds. Maybe he doesn't. Oftentimes they will, but sometimes you give them a chance to get away. Whereas when you just defend, you get these dry boards like 963 Rainbow, you can get them to bluff it off and kind of give you a full double up in a spot where you were not guaranteed it otherwise. And you are just so credibly representing a wide range of possibilities. Short stacks in the big blind are going to defend close to any two against a button open. And of course, this does also help balance your range. So your big blind defense range is going to be a little bit stronger overall when you're flatting aces, which means you won't be as easy to exploit. So a lot of benefits. Ace high under the gun +1. That's going to be the one. I think that's pretty reasonable there from Nitin. 1.8 bigs. Dylan Ong. This is an interesting one. Ace 3-0 does let it go. Still a lot of players behind. I think that that's quite wise. $10-8 off in the small blind for Ragazzini. This is less than a min raise. So it's going to be an interesting spot where you can continue profitably even with literally 7 deuce off. But there is still one player behind. So yeah, he's just going to leave it to the big blind. Winston's going to flick it in really quick. It's going to be King Jack versus the Ace Deuce. This is for Nitin's tournament life. If he doubles here, he'll have 60% of a starting stack, which is only 5 bigs, but Winston's going to need a 10. Now a king. Yep, ace is going to hold. The Ace Deuce does find the double. Small one there. Doesn't hurt too much if you're Winston. But if you're Nitin, that feels good. Chipping a chair, as they say. I do love telling this story. 2 years ago in Las Vegas, I did win a tournament. 30 players remaining. I had 1 small blind remaining in the small blind. Actually folded pre in the big blind the previous hand because there was so much action in front of me. I decided I was just going to take my small blind stand and see how it went. spun it up and was victorious in that event. Chipping a chair. Every old guy's got one of those stories. Pushing 32, not exactly old, but imagine I'll be telling that story well into my 60s and 70s. If you're in the chat, again, we are here. You got just me, all by myself. Your favorite American, Josh Abity, one of the co-owners here at Play Live. In the booth. Mini main event. Registration is closed. This is the last day one flight. We will be streaming day 2 tomorrow afternoon. So come get in the mix. Come hang with us tomorrow. Yan Win opening up a nice loosey-goosey 5-3 suited in the cutoff. An aggressive open here. Into Tung Nguyen's big blind. Has the king-queen suited. Could go for a 3-bet here, but does just opt for a call. I think both routes are very acceptable. Jack 6-6 rainbow. Bunch of backdoors in the hands of Tung Nguyen. Yan Win, not much. 5 high. Probably is going to fire a bet off here. That's the only way to win. Shout outs to Nick Mooney in the chat. Bridges had to go home. Go do the dad thing. Oh, El Pop. What an excellent question. Bro, you're great on the mic. First of all, thank you. Just wondering, where is Play Live located? Setting me up. Gotta love it. Appreciate it. 129 York Street here in South Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. The great nation of Australia. Big fan of this country, as everyone is probably aware, since I choose to spend so much time here. Interesting turn here for Tan Nguyen. He does pick up a gutter, so when you're opening these types of hands and you're barreling the flop, this is the type of turn you're 100% of the time continuing on when you pick up equity. But Tung Nguyen picking up a flush draw as well. So the 7 of spades is going to end up kind of being a key card. Because if he goes check call, the river bricks out and Yan Win decides to give up, it will have been the 7 of spades that kept Tung Nguyen in the hand. What brought me to Australia? This beautiful place. A little bit about my background for those in the stream who do not know. Retired professional poker player. Once upon a time was halfway decent at the game, but it's been a few years. Then was a startup founder with the lovely Mr. Guy Greenstein, who's currently in God mode operating the stream. King on the river. Top pair for Tung Nguyen. If Yan Nguyen does find the 3rd barrel, don't think it's going to work. Tung Nguyen considering a lead, but does opt for check in flow. I do like this check. Give your opponent the chance to potentially bluff it off. Yep, and we finished up with our startup in 2023. Spent about 8 months unemployed trying to figure out, did I want to go back to playing poker? I also used to be a teacher. Thought about being a teacher. Thought about going into corporate life. Ultimately got a message from Mr. Bridges Rowe. Hey, do you want to open a poker room? Started out as a bit of a pipe dream. We spent several years working on it. And now we're about a month away from our 1-year anniversary here at Play Live. Pretty insane. 45,000 announced. Do think it's just going to be a check call from Tung Nguyen with the king queen here. I like this line from Yan Win, but sometimes you run into it. This is one of those times. But yeah, I came out to open this beautiful poker room. So proud of how far we've come, how much we've grown. And credit really goes to all you guys, everyone in the chat, everyone who comes down, all the players, our amazing staff. I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. This has been a dream come true for us. Something we've both wanted to do for a long time. Bridges has wanted to do it since I was 10 years old. So I don't think I had a dream like that at age 10. So I'm going to have to give him first dibs on the dream, but it is something I've wanted to do for a long time as well. It is quite amazing. It's going to show the bluff. It's going to be a lot of information for other players on the table. 10 win, opening the 5-3 suited in late position and barreling 3 times, showing him very capable. Tung Nguyen 450K. Big stack. Let's see how he navigates. More of a cash or attorney player. I played a bit of both. I won a couple 100K in both formats. I would say I consider myself a tournament player. I love tournaments. Tournament player in things outside of poker as well, as many people know about me. Competitive chess player, and I used to be a competitive esports player as well. I don't want to say pro because it was a bit different back then. There wasn't a lot of money in it, but I did play Halo 3, Super Smash Bros. Melee, and was also a high-ranked player at Hearthstone and a variety of other games. But yeah, I played a bit of cash and tourneys. I always preferred tournaments, but I will say that cash games were definitely responsible for a big portion of my earnings in my career. A lot more smooth and steady the cash games are if you're a grinder. Shoutouts to Mr. Chance Corneth, was my coach for a brief time, and used to describe cash games as eating my vegetables. Always told me that I was not a fan of eating my vegetables, but had to do it anyway. I think that was good advice, so shoutouts to him. Sean opening up the King 10 in the cutoff here. So while I'm alone here in the booth, we do have these sound effects on the board. Oh, grew up playing since Halo 1, myself as well. Hell yeah. Halo 1 LAN parties. Used to do younger brothers, me and my friends, versus my older brother and his friends. 4v4 LANs in the days before Xbox Live. That stuff was amazing. Played Halo 2 on Xbox Live. Discovered the big bad world of competitive games against millions of potential opponents and how good some people actually were. By the time Halo 3 came out, started playing competitively in 2008. Would have been 13 years old, a whopping age of 13. Had some competitive success there, but it was tough out in the game battle streets. I miss it. Joe Cata, 2009, 09? Someone double check me on that. Maybe 2010? No, I think it's 09. WSOP main event champion. We actually used to play Halo competitively against each other. Joe's a friend of mine. We played together in Vegas once. Mentioned that I used to also play Halo 3 competitively and told him the name of my team. Thought he wouldn't remember me. His exact words were, "Oh, I remember you guys. We used to beat your ass." And that is true. Joe was a very, very talented Halo player. Better at me than poker as well. Played a bit of StarCraft too. The godfather of all esports. Shoutouts to Mooney for that one, yeah. I did play Asia Poker Tour event in Taiwan in 2019 with Boxer, former StarCraft world champion. And I ran the kind of psycho river bluff on him because I wanted the feeling of bluffing Boxer. He went into the tank for 3 minutes and went like deep into his mind palace and looked like he was thinking about the hand very deeply and then called. Had the immediately regretting trying to bluff a genius. Not sure what went through my head there. Just felt like it would be a cool story to tell. Instead, it blew up in my face, so. I do believe Nana Noko, Timex as well. Both played StarCraft in addition to poker. Lex Veldhaus, famously a StarCraft player for Team Liquid. A lot of overlap with esports. Ace King of Diamonds. Opening up here from Winston in the hijack. Tongue to win, chip leader. Winston only 15 bigs effective. King Queen in the cutoff. Could opt for a 3-bet squeeze or just a call. Does opt for the call. Queen Jack for Nitin. This is going to be an awkward one. So he has 2.7 bigs. So this is going to be an all-in, and the action is going to be dead because it has to be at least 50% more. So it'd be a minimum of 3 big blinds to constitute a live raise. So if I'm not mistaken and I understand the rules of poker correctly, Winston and Tongue will only have the option to call here. They will not have the option to all in. So it is going to go call. That kind of sucks if you're Winston. You'd much prefer to be able to just sort of isolate it and take it heads up with the ace king. But never hate in life seeing a flop with such a premium hand. Currently way ahead. Let's see what we're working with. 8-5-6. 2 spades. Whole lot of nothing for everyone involved. And there is no side pot. It's a dry side pot. So I do think very often it'll just check down. But with the ace king, Winston can consider putting in a bet. Yep, he does put in a bet. The logic here is that he thinks his hand will be good against Nitton's all in the majority of the time. And so if he can get his opponent to fold live cards and no longer have to play the side pot out of position, that is an excellent result. And we see that this is a prime example of when the bet will work. Tongue with the backdoor spades, though, and 2 overs, considering floating in position here. And he does. Now, this is one of those tough spots. We know that Winston has the best hand, but from his perspective, he is not loving life. He did not connect with this board at all. Doesn't have a spade to his name. Just ace high on a super wet middling board, so... interesting. Sasta has a full 100% raise to open the action back up. Shoutouts to Adam Burke, who knows the rules of poker better than almost anyone. So he wasn't even close to having that can be a legitimate squeeze. So they were both forced to just call or fold there. Let's go check on the turn. That's nice to see if you're Winston. If it goes check again on the river, you do feel like you have a chance to win. If you're tongue to win, you can bluff here, but side pot's small. And if you're Winston Tan, seeing the fact that you won this hand with ace high, you are loving life. This pot is secretly quite a big one. Going to bring him all the way up to 150K. 3x starting now for him, so he's going to be thrilled to have navigated that. And he won max value, right? Even got the value bet in on the flop. What has been the greatest piece of knowledge you acquired over this year of running Play Live? That is an amazing question. Man, it's tough to narrow it down. I would say for me personally, just in terms of balancing my personal life and my professional life, it's being willing to turn off sometimes. I do think Bridges and I are both guilty of kind of just going all the time and burning ourselves out. I did get a second phone and split one for work and one for my personal life to try and kind of reduce the overload there. I think as a business owner, my past times as a business owner have been in the tech space. So it's more you have a large product and not as many people. This is obviously an in-person business, and you know, a poker business requires skilled workers, right? It's not a McDonald's. You can't just hire someone off the street. You have to be trained to be a dealer, tournament director. It takes extra training to be a stream dealer, to operate the stream, to run tournaments, registration, wait staff. There's so many roles, cleaners. We have, I think, over 100 people that work here at Play Live. Some mixture of, you know, between just casual once in a while to 40 hours a week or more. And I think one thing I learned is, one, there's a lot of different personalities. You got to help people all feel comfortable in an environment together, which is always a challenging thing. Basically just built on trying to be supportive and kind to one another. But I also think I learned to trust the people that we put in place to do their job. So we are so lucky to just have amazingly talented and experienced people, many of whom have worked in casino environments for decades. So just trusting them to be the experts. Ace Jack versus Ace Queen here. Oh my God, what a flop. Broadway for Ricky Butler. Winston drawing to a chop, and that's not going to be the chop. How flops the Ace Queen? That absolutely hurts if you are Winston. Just got those chips, couldn't hold an all-in, coolered his opponent, and then just brutal Broadway right in the door. So he's going to be back down to 77K. That's going to be a double up for Ricky Butler. He's loving life. What a double indeed. But yeah, I think just trusting that you'll hear a lot of business owners and startup founders say, you know, you can't be the smartest person in the room. It's not possible all the time. There's too many different things. No one person can know how to do everything. I myself am no structure nerd. I am not a rules expert. Oftentimes, I think players ask me for stuff like that, and I'm always like, just ask the TDs. But having people in place, like our amazing TDs, that you just trust to do a really professional job and look out for the players, look out for the business, make sure things run smoothly. It's just amazing. It's what helps me sleep comfortably at night. Yeah, I would say those would be the two things. Yeet Machine asking, do we have cash games? We do not. We sometimes will run some no-fee, invite-only kind of cash games that are just for the stream. But no, we do not run regular cash games here at PlayLive. If that ever changes, we'll be sure to let you know. But for the time being, this is a house of tournaments, baby. We're here to battle for the glory. Queen 8 suited. Winston coming in for the open here from +2. Again, this is one of these hands sometimes used to balance out the more nutted opens off this stack depth. You're doing a mixture of opening and jamming. Ace 10-0 for Dylan in the cutoff. Curious to see what he does here against an early position open. Now, if he squeezes and gets jammed on, he'd have to call. He'd price himself in, so that will be factoring into the calculus. Does just opt for a jam. I like it. Ace 10, good hand to just take its raw equity. Not the most playability, but good raw equity, and it is going to get through. Very nice jam there from Dylan Ong. We have a new player coming into the 3-seat. Again, if you are just joining us, you got me, Josh Abity, one of the owners here at PlayLive, here with you until 1:50. So we just got a little over an hour left until bag up. That'll be the end of day 1, and we'll be back for day 2 action tomorrow. We will be playing down to a winner. Some warning in advance, there is a percentage... Excuse me, sorry, folks. Percentage chance that we'll play down to a few players, and then it'll go on pause so they can enter the main event. Any plans of including events in the buy-in range of $80 to $200 in your series? If not, why? Unfortunately, that is not financially feasible. Staff is expensive. Rent is expensive. We also feed everyone that plays our tournaments as part of our hospitality package. Unlimited soft drinks, snacks, and we serve lunch and dinner, and oftentimes dessert as well. So it's just not financially feasible. We would be running at a very heavy loss. But we do have satellites in those buy-in ranges to get into the bigger tournaments pretty much every day. So if you do want to try and play some of our events, we do, of course, have our $300 opening event in every series. That tends to be our single most popular tournament. Got 1,401 runners in the Melbourne Millions. Pretty insane. That was won by my own housemate, so that trophy has made its way back to my apartment. But yeah, unfortunately... there's a reason that lower buy-in stuff tends to be self-dealt. Dealers do get paid a very nice living wage in Australia, as they should. It is high-skilled work, and they deserve to be compensated for their time. But that does mean that there's a lower limit of what's feasible to run as a business. We are on hand 60 of the live stream. 3K, 6K with a 6K big blind ante. 25% of the field in this flight remaining. In the second flight, I think bang on 15% bagged up. So the way it works now, this is a policy that we actually invented recently after the Melbourne Millions with the help of player feedback. So shout outs to all the players that helped us with this one. If these multi-flighters get down to 15%, then the day ends. So sometimes, if the field's really big, there'll still be more than 15% of the field that'll bag up. There is always like an end level for the day that ends the action, but if they get to 15%, that will end the day automatically. So we'll probably lose about, another 16 to 20 players before the day ends today, depending on how things go. Tomorrow we'll come back to, I believe we're going to come back to 3-6-6 again tomorrow. Might be 4-8. Oh no, what am I saying? There's still a couple levels left. Maybe 5-10-10 or 6-12. Yeah, it'll either be 5-10-10 or 6-12-12. Maybe one of our structure nerds in the chat might have the exact answer, but it'll be one of those two levels for sure. And again, in addition to day 2 of the mini main tomorrow is our second and final flight of the main event. It should be huge. We're expecting something like 150 to 200 runners there. So if you haven't played the main, or you haven't found a bag yet, or if you have found a bag and you want to play again, we do have an equity cash out system that we run with pretty much all our tournaments here at Play Live, where if you find multiple bags, you will get paid the equity value of your stack, and your biggest stack will go through, and your smaller bags will get paid out immediately, essentially earning yourself a cash there. So pretty cool policy, very popular. People love doing it. So even if you have already found a bag and you want to come find another one, get that prize pool nice and big. 300K guaranteed there. So no matter what, someone's going to be taking home a nice amount of money. Queen Jack O opening in the hijack here. Winston's going to defend the King 10. Pretty standard. Could opt for a jam as well, but I do think a defend is quite all right. Top pair, Queen Jack taking the lead here for Yan Win. Yan Win can win. That's what they say. Nice to see we have so many gamers in the chat tonight. For one of my solo streams, it's good to feel like I'm amongst my kin. Hardcore gamer myself, obviously. Played a bit of everything. Put an L in the chat if you play League of Legends. I am, like all great League players, a self-hating League of Legends player. Some very good League of Legends players in the Melbourne poker community, including shoutouts to Mr. Paris Sitsukis. Used to be a professional player. Supermarket Simulator for the win. I played Card Shop Simulator, and I've played some of those farming sims as well. Never played Supermarket Simulator. That does sound kind of fun, though. I like those games. And look at this. A rare treat. Mr. Tiger, Anand himself, Play Live tournament director, manager, a man of many talents, voice of an angel, not joking. If you can get him to sing for you, I really recommend it. Sings like John Legend. He's also no stranger to dealing on stream, has done it for many years in many places. Do believe he did it for Aussie Millions back in the day. He's done it for some of the other operators in Australia as well. Getting a note from God here. I like playing Poker Stream Operator Simulator. But in real life, my job sucks. Yeah, I always think it's funny when people play those simulator games that are like comparable to what they do for work. Like they go to work, you know, they work in a card shop and then they go home and play Card Shop Simulator. And it's just like, someone's a glutton for punishment. Pocket sixes here for Ragazzini off 20 big blinds. Gonna open it up. Ace 10-0, 7 bigs in the small blind. This is going to be a jam from Winston. And I don't think Sean's folding a pair. 7-4-0 going in the bin for Tung Nguyen. Oh, he's asking for a count. Is he trying to do something nefarious here? He does have infinity. 400K, so if someone was poised to get a little out of line, would be him, but nope. Sides against it. Think it's going to be a pretty quick call from Sean, not one to waste people's time in spots that he knows are standard. We're going to have a good old-fashioned race between two Play Live regulars, Winston Tan and Sean Ragazzini. Off to a flop. Ace King 3. Winston taking the lead. Gonna need a 6. No 6. So that is going to be a flip 1 for Winston. Little redemption after losing that big all-in dominating Ace Queen versus Ace Jack. Fortnite's where it's at in the FPS. I've played a bit of Fortnite. Can't handle the building. The 13-year-olds are too good at building stuff, but I do like the no build. Played some Apex Legends as well. Is this the final table? It is not. You can see the top right corner of your screen. This is actually day one. It's our final flight of the mini main event. Registration is closed. So we did end up with just under 400 runners in that one. So quite a big field. 43 remaining. 161 entered the field today. Or rather, just this evening. There was another 100 this morning. So 260 plus players on the field today.
Wait, why? No. You have enough wins. Give us some.
Sean complaining he didn't win the all-in, jokingly. Winston saying, you've won enough. Let us all have a chance. Sean Ragazzini, 2 trophies this series. But we will be playing down to the final table and down to a champion tomorrow. Stream starting in the afternoon. You'll likely have me in the booth again. Hopefully not alone. We've had an amazing lineup of guests in the booth here at Play Live. My co-founder and co-owner, Mr. Bridges Rowe, was in the booth for the first time today. Had Luke Martinelli, had Amin Riazati, Jackson Young, Nick Mooney, Jet Wong, Lucas. We've had Eric Baldwin, Miss Abby Poker herself, Abby Merck, the Queen of Poker. She hates that I call her that, but it's the truth. She is the Queen of Poker, undisputed. Who else have we had in the booth, man? Caleb Curtis, League of Legends commentator in his own right. Done some for the professional scene here in Australia. Pretty cool. League fan myself, so. Do have a 3-bet jam here for Tongue to win. King Jack suited goes in the bin, which I think is a reasonable fold. Could call as well. Folds quite quickly, so seems like he had a read that his opponent had a strong hand, and he was correct. He was behind the ace-queen. Who else have we had in the booth, man? Had so many guests. Had Sean briefly in the booth. I am hoping to get a cameo from Mr. Nathaniel Hutton, defending main event champion in the main at some point in the next couple of days. Maybe we'll get some booth beers going. No booth beer tonight. Don't want to drink alone. That's always a little sad. Doesn't have the same fun camaraderie effect that the booth beers are designed to cultivate. Kind of does feel like I'm just sitting on a couch streaming on Twitch. For those who don't know, not my first foray into live streaming. Used to live in a live stream house. Shout outs to Eric and Amon of the Chess Bra guys. Used to live in the live stream house in Montreal there for the Chess Bra stream back in the day. You're just saying the no build's too boring. I definitely get that the building makes Fortnite more, like it gives it more depth as a game. But it's just hard, man. Can't keep up with these kids. My 32-year-old hands just don't got it anymore. Opened up from Nyan Win with the King Queen and a defend here from the Jack 8 in the big blind. Queen Jack Deuce. This is going to be the type of flop that gets Dylan in trouble. Oh, I love this comment in the YouTube chat. Any chance we can get some chess going at Play Live? Absolutely. That is something I've been cooking up in the background, working with some of the local community here to maybe get some chess tournaments going upstairs. Do think that would be really, really awesome. Would love to. Obviously, I don't really play in the poker tournaments here at Play Live. So it would be amazing to be able to get to play. Yeah, I think some chess nights would be nice. Might mix some chess and kind of beer nights with watching some footy or something. That could be a fun thing to do this season. So shout outs to all the chess players in the chat. Would definitely be cool to get a bit of a chess community going here at Play Live. So went check bet call on the flop. Do expect a second barrel for value here. does jam it in. And this is a nightmare spot if you're Dylan Ong. I think in theory, the computer's probably calling 100% of the time here. In practice, in a live tournament, it's going to come down a lot to what you think of your opponent. Yan Win showed himself very capable of bluffing, showed that 5-3 of diamonds, where he opened up loose pre and then barreled 3 streets with the gutter. So if you're Dylan, you do have to give him credit for having some bluffs, which is going to make you lean toward calling. But you only pretty much beat a bluff. You lose to other Jack X and all Queen X for value. You will beat hands like King 10, King 9, Ace 10, 10-9 suited. What's top prize? That will be calculated tomorrow after they do figure out how much was paid out in the equity payouts that we have from people that have bagged multiple times. So that'll go on the stream tomorrow. You'll see it as we play into the money and down to a winner. The chess/boxing thing would be interesting. Add a heads up PLO hand in between. Yeah, there have been a lot of people. So for those who are unfamiliar, there is a growing sport that originated in Germany called chess boxing. And it is exactly what it sounds like. It is chess mixed with boxing. You win by either checkmating your opponent or knocking them out or TKOing them. Dylan deep in the tank here. And so many people have tried to figure out a hybrid between chess and poker for like a mind sport showdown type of thing. I'm sure there'd be an extremely long German word for that. Yeah, German definitely known. He does opt for the call here. Don't blame him. Against an opponent that's very capable of bluffing, I do think while he's going to get the bad news, this call is probably correct. So he's going to need a jack or an 8. A 7's not going to do it. Got a comment here from God. I prefer the good old American checkers mixed with WWE. Good old checkers wrestling. Yeah, I do think the chess poker hybrid thing is really cool. I did once organize an event that didn't ultimately end up happening, where I was going to do a heads up match between Dan Smith and my good friend Fabiano Caruana, many-time U.S. chess champion, second best chess player in the world. And they were going to do, so Dan is a 2000 rated player at chess himself, and Fabi is a casual poker player. So they were each going to have their game, but neither is like a beginner in each other's game. They both have some familiarity with each other's games. Dan, quite a strong chess player, but chess, such a skill game that difficult to compete against the best. Pocket nines does opt for the jam here. Ace King from Winston. He's not going anywhere. We're going to have a flip. But yeah. Oh, and look at this. Ace Queen from Tung Nguyen. I mean, these jams are not for too much. Do think he's also going to get in the mix. Probably going to rejam and isolate, going after his prey. Unfortunately, against the exact 2 hands he's up against, Ace Queen in terrible shape. But if they were a pair and another pair, or a pair and King Queen suited, or things like that, Ace Queen would be in great shape. But in this instance, not the spot you want to be in. And many people have tried to come up with these kind of chess poker hybrids, and myself included. I do think there's definitely something cool there. I'm going to try and see if we can get something like that going at Play Live eventually. I feel like that would be a really fun time. In addition to chess boxing, the Germans obviously are known for their poker and their long words with very specific meanings. My very favorite of those being Schadenfreude, just taking pleasure in other people's misery. Classic example is you're on a final table. You watch someone get epically coolered and you ladder up. I think that's a classic Schadenfreude moment. Where you're just so happy that guy took the worst beat of his life. Because it's good for you. Tung Nguyen deep in the tank here with the ace queen. If he finds a fold here, and then he sees the hands, he is going to feel like a genius. But I do think a jam is going to be the default play here with the ace queen. It would be quite an exceptional fold. So we're playing to the end of level 12 tonight. Wow, and he does find the fold with the ace queen. Spectacular fold from Tung Nguyen. He's going to look at the hands. And look at this. Pasquale. He's just been getting hit in the face with the deck all day. Pocket jacks. He is going to be the current leader. Ace king is live. One ace down, as we know, from the ace queen that folded pre-flop. How good is that ace queen fold? Wow, he must feel like a genius right about now. 7-5-4 rainbow. Jack still in the lead. Deuce of diamonds. Additional outs for the ace king. And the queen of diamonds. And that is the nuts for Winston Tan. He's going to get the triple up. Well, not quite the triple. The double and then some. The elim and the almost double elim. So he is going to be absolutely loving life. What an incredible hand. Massive three-way cooler between three premium hands. And an ace queen with a miraculous fold. That'd be a nice one. If you're a poker player interested in improving, that one will be in the vault on Octopipoker.ai/PlayLive, which you can access for free by going to that link. Special thing they're doing just for our community. Don't have to put in your financial details or anything. You can just make an account, get a month of free access, and you'll be able to check that out after the series in the vault. And there'll be analysis on a lot of the live stream hands. Not sure if it'll include these day ones. They mostly focus their analysis on final tables because obviously so much interesting stuff to discuss with all the ICM dynamics and stuff. But if you do make a live stream and you want to see yourself in the big leagues, Octopipoker.ai/PlayLive. Come get after it. Huge fan of the product. Working with my old boss from my old job on the partnership there. It's been a lot of fun for me as well. Been really enjoying working with him again. A jam here. 12 bigs under the gun with the pocket fives from Simon. How many tables left? There are 37 left. So after one more elimination, we'll be down to 4 tables in this flight. I think 15 people on the nose, or 14 people on the nose, bagged up in the flight earlier this afternoon. And I believe it was 18 or 19 bags in the first flight. So we will probably have between 40 and 50. I'd say we'll have around 50 players remaining in the field tomorrow. We'll play from 50 down to a winner. Again, that'll all be live streamed here on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. If you haven't done so, I would so appreciate if you click the follow button, click the subscribe button, whatever channel you're on. If you want to do it on all the channels, it really means a lot to us. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, we unlock a bunch of new features. One of them being, I believe, channel points. So channel points, for those who are not common stream lurkers, are points that you can kind of bet on outcomes and stuff. I think they're perfect for poker streams. You can bet on all-ins and who you think's going to win and stuff. So we'll probably start having some fun with channel points. 26 last night. Thank you for that. So yeah, we'll have in the 50s, maybe as many as 60 players maximum remaining tomorrow, depending on how the rest of this night goes. We have a jam here from the ace-7 suited for not much, and an isolation in the small blind from the king-jack. King-10 going to go in the bin for Simon. And we're going to have a race, what we like to call a fake flip, a 60-40, in favor of the ace-7 of clubs. But let's see what we got. Queen-jack 5, king-jack taking the lead. Going to need an ace or an ace only. That's going to be 2 pair. And that's going to be another elimination. They're dropping like flies. Happens at this point in the tournament very often. King Jack is going to get the best of that exchange. As it should, announced by Tiger. Perfectly on cue. Nice to know I do have a co-commentator after all. The dealer on that background table seems nice. Which dealer are you referring to? But yes, all of our dealers are really nice, so I inherently believe you.
Yeah, so we lost C, right?
Yep, over there directly in the background. She is absolutely lovely. That is a good read. One of the nicest people in the room. So we're at hand 67. Got to do the 6-7 for all you Zoomers out there. 4K, 8K with an 8K big blind ante. Got right around 45 minutes left in the stream. You'll be with me all the way to the end tonight. Shoutouts to those who are brain rotted. My nieces keep me in the loop with what the brain rot meta is these days. They call me Unc, and I am literally their uncle, so I can't resist the label, though I do know that that is not a term of endearment. I was called cringe by my niece recently. She is 9 years old. Unlucky. Nothing you can do about getting old. Jam here with the queen high blind versus blind. Ragazzini does lay down the jack 7. It is crazy that with 6-7 and 69, obviously being the two numbers that everyone jokes about, they're so close together. We get to this part of the stream. It's all humor all the time. Not sure if we'll ever get to hand 420 on a stream. That would be something like 13 hours of continuous play. It's not impossible. A challenger approaches. We do have a new player sitting down. I'm seeing the back of the head here. Get her on the future table someday. Yeah, we might have to do that. I don't know if she has live stream dealing experience or not. It is a bit of a different experience. Do you have to communicate all the action and stuff? So it does take some extra training. Not all dealers are interested in doing it, although it is kind of the coveted spot in the room. Jared Duncan, the payouts will get announced tomorrow morning after they do the equity calculations. So right at the start of the day, those will go up on the board. And that is Amin Riazati. Absolute crusher on an insane hot streak. Third place in the 5K here. Almost closed that one out. Had a massive chip lead three-handed. And then had a series of unfortunate events. But I mean, he's just been final tabling everything. Fresh off some deep runs at the APT series as well. No stranger to the live stream at Play Live. Has been on many a final table here. A super tough player. Very aggressive. Puts you in tough spots. Very well studied. Theoretically sound. But yeah, we will get those payouts up tomorrow afternoon. With a 200-ish K prize pool. Can expect right around 40K, 40-something K for first. So a lovely payday off $600. Or $500 for those who do not opt to buy our hospitality package. Amin doing his thing, opening up the Jack-9 suited. Immediately gets jammed on by the Ace-King. And it's going to be a quick fold. One thing I love about Amin as a player, he does not waste time. He thinks about his decisions in advance. He has a clear plan. He follows through on his plan. Never wastes anyone's time. Doesn't tank for no reason. Just does what he's got to do. I can see out there on the outer table, Mr. Luke Martinelli. And the lovely Katie Lowe behind him. Katie heads up. PLO Crusher heads up in the PLO with Mr. Sean Ragazzini. Yeah, Will getting sucked in by the Amin appearance. 40 minutes left, I reckon. Stick with us all the way to the end. For everyone who is still here at 1 a.m., shout-outs to you. I'm here for you. You're here for me. You're making this a lot more enjoyable. Solo streaming can be a little bit not as fun because you don't have anyone to bounce off of. But you guys are being active in the chat, keeping me entertained. Super appreciate you guys for being here. awesome getting to yap in the booth. People ask me what I do for a living. I say I talk to people. That is pretty much true. Lucky me. My parents said that I said my first word at 6 months, and I never stopped talking since. Definitely one of the great yappers in this room. Not the only one, but one of few. Very talented. So Dylan jamming here. +1. Right around 7 big blinds. No, sorry, 6 big blinds. Bit under even. Sean Ragazzini on the button with ace-7-0. This is a weird spot. I love this fold. Yes, ace-7 is going to perform well against a portion of his range when he's jamming from early position, but those early position ranges are a fair bit tighter than the rest of the jams, so do you think prudent to just let the ace-7 go and try and find a better spot? Sean been kind of immaculately navigating these spots where he could go broke, has held on to his tournament life by a thread off this max late reg. Looks like a fun table there in the background. A lot of regulars. Could be a candidate for the next feature table if we had more breaks, but we do not. This is going to be our feature table all the way to the end of the night. Ragazzini and Riazzotti. Try and say that 10 times fast. Stars of the stream. Tanking before folding preflop should be bannable. Well, thankfully, I got a notification on my phone and from our partners in China that the shot clocks have arrived. So we will have a solution for this problem, and it's called the Great Shot Clocks. I think the players are really excited. We're excited too. Just makes for an overall better tournament experience. In recent years, historically, no such thing as a shot clock in poker tournaments. Very much a product of the modern era. As players have gotten better and learned more about ICM and different ways to find edges, there are spots where it is just straight up plus EV to take your time, and you can't blame the players for doing it. It's for many of them, it's literally their occupation, so they're going to do what it takes to win the most money. So that's their job, trying to win the tournament. But shot clocks does make for a bit more of a level playing field, ensure that people use their time more respectfully. So I'm excited to get those in the mix after this series. Hopefully have them in place for our 1-year anniversary mini-series coming up in April. We're turning 1, April 22nd. So we do have a C-bet here from the pre-flop raiser and the queen-jack suited. King-queen with a heart. Again, not a hand you want to fold to a small continuation bet. But it is awkward when these stacks are so shallow. Yeah, very difficult to realize your equity. Some argument for check jamming and just taking your equity and saying good luck. I got 2 overs. I got backdoor hearts. The board's dry. I feel like you're c-betting a lot. I don't believe you. Good luck us. And you can sometimes get folds out of hands like ace high in those scenarios as well. Winston testing the table microphone, clacking his chips there. Does indeed work, Winston. We can hear you going clack, clack. Thanks for him for supporting the stream. You got Gabe in the box. An amazing dealer. $10-8 of diamonds. Nyanwin keeping up the aggression. It's been working for him. From 3K to 300K. He has 100x'd his stack in the course of me commentating with you here on the live stream. King Jack O. Yep, that is going to just be a fold. I like the fold here. Such early position, still so many players behind. King Jack plays very awkward me multi-way in the offsuit variety. Folds around to the big blind. You can see the value in opening up these suited connector hands. Got so many stronger hands, some ace high, king high hands to fold just by taking the initiative. Jack 8. This is the exact hand he defended in the big blind, flopped middle pair, and doubled an opponent up who had top pair. So wondering if he's seeing some monsters under the bed. Does just lay it in the bin. I do think that this is a standard defend, especially off 6 big blinds. But I do think he was seeing a little bit of traumatic memories, some flashbacks from his time in the war with the boys. A little bit of PTSD right there. And I don't blame him. This is why my New Year's resolution for 2025 was to defend the big blind less. Anyone have a New Year's resolution for 2026? I will share mine, but I want to hear it. Anyone in the chat have a New Year's resolution? And if so, it's March now. How you going with it? Following through? Gave up already? What are we working with, chat? Pocket sevens for Ragazzini. 6 and change big blinds. That's just going to be a very standard easy jam. King Jack on the button. This is an interesting one. Definitely a strong enough hand to complete a 6 big blind all in, but with 2 players behind, does opt to let go of the King Jack off. Amin Rizadi closing out the action. Let's see what he's working with. Does have ace high. It's an early position jam from Sean, which is definitely going to factor into the calculus here. This range is going to be quite a bit stronger. But ace high against the 6 big blind jam certainly cannot fault Amin for calling. I do think that would be the standard solver call. Makes a nice fold. He is correct as well. His hand was no good, so I don't know if Sean's going to show him now, but if not, when he checks back in on the live stream in the morning, he'll be really happy to see he was correct there. Feels like guys like Sean and Amin always have, it seems like they have a shot even with 6 big blinds. Yeah, that's what these really strong pros will do to you. They have that presence. I have had the pleasure of playing with Mr. Alex Foxen, one of the investors here at Play Live, on a couple of occasions. And man, like for being such a nice person off the table, he is terrifying to play against. He has like 4 bigs and he sits there and you just feel like he's going to win the tournament. He just stares into your soul. Also a huge person, so very commanding presence at the table. Athletic build. Yeah, nice soul read timing there in the YouTube chat. So my New Year's resolution for 2026 was every time I play poker, I'm going to sit up perfectly, perfect posture, because my posture is terrible. I have classic gamer posture. I'm going to sit up perfectly for at least 30 minutes. Doesn't have to be continuous, because I do think that's tough to do without a lot of training. You got to work out your back muscles quite a bit. Oh, a jam here from the King Jack on the button. Very standard jam. Runs into it. Nyan win, ace jack in the big blind. Can the rich get richer? Gonna need a king in the window to feel good. Oh, or an open ender. Repeat 10 on the turn. And a repeat 7 is not going to do it. The ace jack is going to hold. Always a sweat, but not enough to get it done with the king jack. So Nyan win 360K. How do you counter someone who stares at you like that? Honestly, at first I tried to stare him back, and then I realized I just like couldn't handle. It's like very like emotionally intense to make like deep eye contact with someone like that for like minutes straight, you know? Like I reckon most married couples wouldn't be comfortable just staring into each other's eyes silently for just 5 straight minutes, especially when they're staring into your soul like that. I have opted for the just stare at the table and pretend like I'm not getting stared at approach. This is obviously one of the classic examples of why people will sometimes wear sunglasses when they play poker. You can stare people down and have them not realize, and have people have a harder time staring you down, give off less information. Ragazzini here, king, queen of spades. Do expect to see another all-in from him. Looks like he's considering a nefarious min-raise instead. Does announce the all-in, however. Takes the standard path. King, queen suited. Yeah, some people, Joe McKeon, Alex Foxen, just have those insane stares where it looks like they're just looking into the fiber of your being and all of the regrets you've ever had in your life, using it all to gain an edge on you in poker. Sean gets it through.
Get out.
Yeah, that's a good read on Cabral. I do think the antics are quite strategic playing in the super high roller series. I feel like he thinks that the best counter to all these pros that stare you down and have perfect demeanor and perfect posture and all the like is just to talk constantly, try and throw them off their game, needle them, tell jokes, keep the atmosphere light. If you're a chatty player and you can easily focus on your game while chatting because you've built that into your strategy, and your opponents are not used to multitasking in that way, if you can get the conversation going, that can be a huge strategic advantage. I do think Cabral definitely knows what he's doing. I've heard he's one hell of a poker player. Nice disciplined fold from Winston with the queen 10. Nine ten suited going for what I call the hipster jam and the hijack, where you leave a couple chips behind, but you are essentially all in. And he's running into it. Not just ace-jack suited, but ace-jack of clubs with his suit covered. This is super unlucky. 9-10 suited, a very appealing hand to jam. Gets through a lot, and you win the maximum, realizing you're all that equity with the 9-10 suited. And when you get called, you have good equity against almost every hand. But when your suit is covered, it's a lot rougher. So he is going to be a 70-30 dog here because the clubs are covered, but it's not over yet. Let's see what we're working with. King 4-3 rainbow. Queen on the turn. And an 8 on the river. That is not going to do it. That's going to be GG's. Going to the rail. 30 players remaining in this flight now. 25 minutes left in play. So less than a level remaining. Again, if you're just joining or you've been sticking with me all night, Josh Abity here in the booth. Play Live Melbourne 129 York Street here in South Melbourne for our Grand Prix Series. This is our last flight of the mini-main event. Tomorrow we will have on-stream mini-main day 2 down to a winner. And in the venue we'll have the main event, baby, flight 1B. And then from the day after tomorrow all the way to the end of the series, going to be streaming the main all the way to the end. But we still got some other great tournaments. Got the Deep Freeze still on the lineup, as well as some more mixed game stuff. Shout outs to our collaboration with Mixed Games Academy. Shannon Vanderberg, Prince of Poker. Fabby's the queen. Shannon is the prince. An absolute legend of a human. Love supporting the mixed games community. I think they're very happy to have a home here as well. And we also, in addition to the Deep Freeze, we got the Berserker. It's always the one that closes out our series, where a lot of people find their series favorite. I think there's a 50K guarantee on that one. So that'll have a big old prize pool. Might even be some overlay there if you want to come hunt some free value. But I do think the Deep Freeze is going to be quite a popular one. Ooh, would I rather the ace king suited or the deuces in a flip? I am gonna say ace king suited because it's just a better hand, so I feel more justified. Like when I have the ace king in that scenario and I'm flipping against the deuces, I'm like, I can't believe I'm flipping against this bullshit. When I have the deuces, I'm like, ooh, am I really gonna be able to scam ace king? But I will say winning with the deuces feels so good when it just runs out, just bricks out and your deuces hold. That is a hell of a feeling. Max late reg, 40 big blinds in the main. I think that's correct on day one. Yep. And then if you do fire a bullet into any of our day one flights and you don't make it to day two, you can max late reg on day two, I believe with 25 bigs. But yeah, I think 40 big blinds sounds correct to me, Will. The end of day one. Structure, obviously, super good in the main event. Should go without saying because it's the main event. 40-minute levels on day one, and hour-long levels on day two. So you can really take your time, navigate that field. It's going to be a pretty exciting day here tomorrow. The mini main and the main on. I'm going to take a quick look at the schedule. Give you guys an exact sense of what remains in the series. Had an open here from the ace-5 in the hijack, and a defend from the jack-4 suited in the big blind. So yeah, final flight of the main event tomorrow, plus mini main day two. And we will then, on the 15th, we are going to have the 9 game with Mixed Games Academy. 25K guarantee on that one. That's the 11:59 game. Oh, the outer table. Look at this. Luke Marinelli with the free head massage. One of the benefits of having a girlfriend that also plays poker. Could sweat you on the rail. Free head massage. Normally you got to pay $2 a minute there. That's the best hands, by the way. Amazingly talented massage people come out and support our series and pretty much all the operators here in Australia. So on the 15th, we'll have main event day 2. We'll have the 9 game, and then we'll also have the deep freeze. So that's no re-entries on that one. That's a true freeze out. That's at 4:15, 2 days from now. There's a satellite at 2:30, 5 seats guaranteed on the Satty. I think that tournament is going to be extremely popular. There is a consortium of people that love themselves a good freeze out. And then at 7 p.m., we'll have the 600 mystery bounty as well. 25K guarantee there. And then on the last day of the series, main event day 3, deep freeze day 2, and then 6 p.m. we will have the Berserker. We'll have more amazing mix games running there too in the Dramaha mix. What game will be streamed tomorrow? It will be day 2 of the mini main, playing down to a champion. And then for the day after tomorrow, we'll have the day 2 and day 3 of the main. Day 3 will be final table. So they'll play down. Tomorrow will be 1B in the main event. So if you haven't fired the main, come get in the mix. Day 2 the next day, playing down to a final table. And then day 3, main event final table on the 16th. And again, we'll also have the deep freeze, the mystery bounty, and the Berserker still on the lineup. So lots of fun stuff. Guarantees on everything.
Don't steal my 1K blind, man.
So Sam Wong sitting down at the table All in for 1,000, if that's correct. Literally a tenth of a big blind. Ragazzini here, 6.4 bigs with the ace queen. Do expect this just to be an all in. Look at this. Just a call from Sean Ragazzini with the ace queen. I love this. Trying to induce action behind. Yeah, I am getting confirmation from one of the TDs. He does, in fact, have one singular chip, Sam Wong. One 1K chip. That is not a mistake on the graphic. Sean Ragazzini just calling here. Basically trying to entice people behind to try and jam to isolate. And then snap them off with the ace queen.
He raised. He clicked my big blind. So he clicked my big blind. I give him extra 1K. I'll give him extra 1K.
What happened here? Was that not an all in? Did he bust? Let me just confirm here with Mr. God in the production studio. If you can hear me over there on production, what just happened there? Did our player with one chip get eliminated and I missed the run out? Or did he fold and leave himself one chip behind? He really had one big blind and one chip. So he was in the big blind. Not totally sure what happened there. Either way, hand 80 now of this live stream. 30 players remaining. Got 18 minutes left of play until bag up. Till I get to go home and you can all go to bed. Quick posture check, hydration check. Drink some water. Check that neck. Check your back. Ah, okay, so Sam Wong wasn't actually here. He left thinking he was eliminated earlier in the day, had one chip, and his seat was drawn to go to the featured table. So his one chip was in the big blind. So Sean Ragazzini putting on a double masterclass with the limp there with the ace queen trying to induce. But ironically, the limp got the job done. Very interesting spot. That does happen sometimes. I'm getting word here from production that one chip was moved a number of times. That is all randomly drawn by the software as the tables rebalance. And then each time he kept fading the big blind. So the one chip was just still sitting in an empty stack. Finally did go into the middle and into Sean Ragazzini's stack there. So it's one of those funny niche things you see in poker tournaments every once in a while.
32. Yeah.
It was our first time seeing something like that on stream. And again, while we do choose which table we think would be cool to be the one that's on the live stream, we will often pick people like Amin and Sean and Winston and, a lot of these guys. How you end up there is, of course, random. All automatically randomly generated by the software we use here to run our tournaments. Same software used at many operators around Australia and the world. And so, if the one chip has been summoned to the live stream table, then the empty one chip will go to the live stream table. There's no option to sort of manually overwrite or anything like that. So it was pretty funny. Ace at 0 here. Simon does opt for the fold. Ragazzini with the king deuce. 7 big blinds. Does opt for the fold though. Queen 10 of diamonds here. Tung Nguyen in the cutoff is going to open this one up. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to make you guys hear my water. It's making that end of cup glurgly sound out of the straw. Don't forget to drink water at home. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and go to octopipoker.ai/playlive for 1 month of free access. Look at Steven Chidwick, man. That mustache. Famously the face of Octopi, one of the early kind of big names to get involved with their company. Brand ambassador. Winningest player in poker history, I believe, currently. Something like 75 million in tournament earnings. An absolute legend of the game, Chidwick. And a really nice guy. He's got a hell of a mustache these days. Min Riazati is going to defend the ace-3 in the big blind here. Could have opted for a jam as well. Some ICM considerations as they're getting close to the end of the day. Does flop a pair, so he'll never be folding his hand now. If we see a continuation from Tung Nguyen, we don't. We would have definitely seen a check jam from Riazati. Jack of spades on the turn. Interesting card if you're a Min. You do have a weak spade, but a spade regardless in your hand. You would prefer if your cards were reversed and you have the ace of spades and the 3 of clubs. Then you'd be loving life. Does make a flush on the river. I think he's just going to go check all 3 streets, try and give his opponent some rope to bluff. If Tung Nguyen decides to turn his hand to a bluff here, don't think a Min's going to be folding even his baby flush, but does opt to just wave the white flag, check it down. And that's going to be a nice one to win if you're Riazati. Nice and short. When you defend your big blind and it works out, that's huge. You'll take every chip you can get going into day 2. Have you seen the heads-up solver battles he does with subs? It's pretty cool. Yeah, I have seen some of those. For those who don't know, Chidwick will battle like perfect heads-up solver bots. Or sometimes allow his subscribers on his various platforms to use a solver and battle him heads up. Do you think he is considered a favorite even against someone using the solver in real time, which is pretty crazy? Shows just how much skill there really is in poker. I feel like one of the classic questions you get about poker is what percentage of poker is luck versus skill? The most eloquent answer I ever heard to this is the one that I've started saying as well, which is that poker is 100% skill because the luck happens randomly and it applies to everyone equally. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just built into the fabric of the game. The only thing you can change is how good you are. And the better you are, the less luck you need. Folks like Amin Riazati and Sean Ragazzini are living examples of that. If you are a crusher, you will find yourself at the final table very, very often. I always say if poker's not a mind sport, then why does Alex Foxen win every tournament? Definitely an amazing edge to be gained by putting in the hard work. Really, really deep, complicated, super exciting game. So we're actually going to have a brief cameo. Special guest appearance in the booth. Mr. Guy Greenstein, God himself.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
This is the remarkable thing about a 20-minute delay. You're done already.
Yeah, we're done.
But I'm not done. And now you're here.
Yeah, no, we're getting the past from the future, you know?
The Dragon Ball Z instant transmission up into the booth.
Of course.
First timer in the booth. How's it feel?
It's good. It's good to be here. It's very different than being downstairs.
Well, yeah, for those who don't know, when you're operating the stream, you cannot see what the players have, obviously.
Yeah, this is a lot better.
Yeah, much better of a spectator experience on the delay where you can see all the hands, see the equities. When Guy's operating the stream, he sees none of this. He just has to input all the action as announced by the dealer. So it's quite complicated work, and you don't get all the fun sweats. Two pair here for Nyan Nguyen. Nyan Nguyen can win. It's been the theme of the day. He had 3K in his stack at 1.5K big blind. He had 2 bigs. and now has 350. Pretty sick.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Check calls here. Trapping, giving John a chance to bluff it off. John does take a stab on the board that favors his range, but does give up. River's a pair. If you're Nyan, the question is, do you want to lead for value here, or do you want to check to try and induce? Some arguments for both. First time in the stream with me, but not your first time being in content with me in your life. Not even close to it.
That's true.
Probably hundreds of times if I had to guess.
Yep, that's right.
And John looks him up with the 7.
Call, yeah.
John Apostolidis is no stranger to wild hero calls. We've seen some successful ones here on stream from him. This one's not going to work out in his favor. But he's not a man who likes the fold button. He likes to put you to the test and say, prove it.
Yeah, he's not a min-raise kind of guy either.
That is true.
Seen a lot of 3x, 4x, and 5x.
Question for the tech guy. So even if you wanted, you can't see the live hole cards.
Yeah.
If so, how does the software actually ensure that? Yeah.
Yeah. So Poker GFX like operates on a 20-minute delay. So even though I can see whether or not someone has scanned their cards, I cannot see what their cards are. Even all the way down to showdown, like, once they obviously table them, I can see them on the table, but it still doesn't show me them in the software. So the software completely hides them for 20 minutes, and only when it actually goes live out of the streaming software does it get all the cards inserted in.
It's pretty cool. Poker streaming is a unique thing. It's one of the few types of streaming in the world that absolutely necessitates a delay, right? There's some streamers in other games choose to put on a delay so that, they don't get stream sniped or whatever. But in poker, of course, for game integrity reasons, it's a must. And so GFX, which is the software that runs our live stream, and pretty much every poker live stream in the world, Australian company originally, now owned by Poker Go. Shout outs to Carrie Katz. Yeah, it's just like built specifically for this niche purpose of streaming poker.
So is Sean tanking there for time so that he makes it to day 2? Or?
Yeah, I think so. He is going to be kind of just taking a little bit longer, basically trying to avoid the big blind coming around to him an additional time. Like he's going to have to pay one more round of blinds no matter what. He's made peace with that, but if he can avoid a second rotation, that's huge.
I believe after this hand they call 4 more hands left.
Okay. So... Oh, yep, I can hear Tiger in the background saying it. So we're going to have 5 hands, including this one. Tung Nguyen, Ace-Jack. Now, in these end-of-day spots, I know I've talked to you about this before when you were starting to learn poker in the last couple of years. For those who don't know, Guy's been starting to dabble in the poker streets. These end-of-day spots, hang on, forget what I was saying. Pocket kings for the apostle himself. And after showing that hero call, I think Tung Nguyen is going to, with his small sample, is going to assume this is a pretty aggressive player.
Ooh. Pretty big stacks here, too, for the average stack on the table.
Yeah, this could be quite a battle. Announces a 3-bet to 110,000.
Just over 4x.
Yeah, I would have liked a smaller sizing in position, 30 big blinds effective.
Yeah, but the thing about players like John is like they bet big, whether they have it or they don't.
That's true.
And so you either pay them off or you get bluffed off, and it's a tough spot to be in.
It's true. That is the reward that you get, right? That's the other end of the coin when you're someone like the Apostle, where you get that reputation and now you get max value when you have the big hands. So this is not an easy spot for Tung Nguyen.
Yeah, in before he calls and there's an ace on the flop.
Yeah, every time, bro. Pocket kings, this is like every poker player's complaint, right? It just is an ace magnet. It's one of those like community-wide whinges that's just true.
Yeah, only thing that the hand doesn't do is block aces.
Yeah. Double blocks king high boards. Feels like you never get those. I do. Oh, wow. Very nice fold from Tung Nguyen. Not an easy one. Late position open and a late position 3-bet from an aggressive player. Now, okay, this kind of segues perfectly into what I was saying. So we talked about this last summer in Las Vegas together. In these end of day spots, when people are trying to make day two, because they know that it's close to the money, they want to get a new table draw, come back refreshed after some sleep, whatever. Huge opportunity as some of the bigger stacks to just go absolutely bananas and put extra pressure on people that you know, one, have normal ICM pressure, and two, are tired, not as interested in battling, taking these marginal spots at the end of the day. That's something that Mr. Luke Martinelli taught me many years ago, 8 or 9 years ago.
Yeah, they're going to fold a few more pips, right? So you can open a few more pips. And
40 big blinds as piles. Love it, says Will in the chat. Yeah. Great structure in the main event.
a lot of good structures here at PlayLive.
Yeah, we definitely try and make tournaments that people would want to actually play. Yeah, Tongue to win. That is not his first insane fold of the stream. There was a three-way all-in, nines, jacks, and kings, mega cooler earlier, and he folded ace-queen-o. So when jam from nines, re-jam from jacks, he covered both players, totally could have re-jammed with the ace-queen, and then would have woken up to kings behind and gotten mega coolered, but instead found an amazingly disciplined fold and must have instantly felt rewarded. And look at this. Speaking of the jiggities, the fish hooks, the Brad Owens. Speaking of Brad Owen, did you hear the news about Texas?
No, what happened? I was hearing that something happened, but I didn't hear like the specifics.
The Lodge Card Club in Texas, perhaps the most famous dedicated poker room in the world, got raided by the Alcohol Commission.
So do they not have a license or something?
They do have a liquor license. Apparently you can play poker from the age of 18. Obviously, you have to drink at 21. I know they have some system of how they separate people, of course.
Yeah, I mean, there's wristbands. It's pretty common in clubs and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not unheard of.
But I'm wondering if they got complaints about underage drinking. They don't even know. They put out a statement today saying that the commission has not given them a reason, but they just showed up. Police at the venue told all the players, take your chips home and you can come cash them in the future when the place reopens. So, I mean, they're not shutting it down.
Only cash? So it's like they canceled any tournament that was
correct.
going on,
Tournaments all got canceled for the day, and all the cash game chips, they told them, take them home, bring them back, which is wild because that comes with all kinds of integrity questions. Very surprised that is the choice made by a government regulator. But yeah, the Lodge did get raided in Texas. That's a developing story, biggest story in the poker world right now. Hopefully we'll have some updates tomorrow. I hope everything's all right.
I think we just went down to 25. So they're actually calling it 2 hands early here because we hit that minimum.
Ah, okay. So 15% of the field. So that is the cutoff point. That is going to be the last hand of the night. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you to Guy for joining me for a cameo in the booth.
Yeah, of course. I got to go turn off the stream, guys, but I really appreciate you coming down.
I'm going to do a little bit of yapping to end the night here while Guy runs downstairs and clicks the end stream button. Awesome stream tonight. Tomorrow, going to be a little bit more dramatic. Payouts will be live up on screen. We will have 26 plus the previous bag, so we'll have 50-something players remaining tomorrow, playing down to a champion. Almost 200K in the prize pool, well above the guarantee. Do expect something like 40 to 45K for first. So one hell of a payday coming somebody's way tomorrow. I really appreciate you guys joining me, keeping me entertained while I was solo streaming. You guys are absolute legends, staying all the way here at 1:50 in the morning. For now, we'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Appreciate you being here. Get some sleep, get some beauty rest, drink some water. Josh Abney, 129 York Street. Play live here in South Melbourne. Peace out.
Stop guessing and start studying like a professional. Welcome to the Vault at Octopi Poker. The Vault offers powerful study tools and data drawn from real tournaments. We've cataloged the action from the highest stakes arenas, including Triton, the WSOP, and PlayLive. This isn't just a library of random solves. It's a curated archive of the most pivotal hands played at the world's most prestigious final tables. These are the hands that define careers. For these hands, we've provided comprehensive pre-flop and post-flop simulations. You can see exactly how the world's best navigated these high-pressure spots. Compare the actual play against the theoretical GTO baseline. Analyze the frequencies, the sizing, and the EV of every action taken under the brightest lights. Studying the vault allows you to move beyond abstract theory and see how poker is actually won at the highest level. Boost your edge by studying reality, not just theory. Sign up today at Octopipoker.ai. I'll see you inside.